Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Red Devil Experience. My name is Eric. Hope everybody is doing well. We got the latest Manchester United news. Ruben Amorim doing his pre-Europa League press conference for the final with some quotes today, some injury updates around some players that have been out or will be out and not making it. But there are some updates about players that are going to make it. So some positives, a little bit of negatives. We got some transfer updates regarding Semenyo, Edison, Himland, Delap, Callum Hudson-Odoi, Jean Garcia, and more. So we're going to get into all of that stuff. It's going to be a good show. Jam-packed. Stick around. We got some topical things at the end as well. So before we do, please make sure you smash the like button because it helps the channel a lot and we greatly appreciate it. So make sure you do that. Because that is the most important thing. If you enjoy the content, subscribe, and then make sure you have the notification on by hitting the little bell icon so that you don't miss a live and you stay up to date and you're here from the beginning of the show. Lumen is here, says big up yourself, Lumen. We're going to start off the show today by going into some of the quotes and some of the stuff surrounding Ruben Amorim, and then we'll transition over to the transfers and the injury updates. So, obviously, Ruben made some big statements following the match against West Ham, and more came out the day after. We talked about those on the last show. We got an update from David Ornstein yesterday saying coming out of the club, basically saying that changing the coach as the last thing on United's agenda. The priority is to try to provide Ruben Amorim with players who will allow him to play the style he wants to implement. I think majority of the fans are behind this. They've been asking for this. This is the sort of thing that we're saying as well. You know, not everybody, but there's a majority of fans. I believe the majority are in belief of this and want to see this. So it's good to, I guess, like the club are coming out and sort of backing this as well. Obviously, there's still huge implications over what's to come from the final in the Europa League. Ruben touched on that as well today, and I think he was very fair and very truthful. But he was very fair in that, you know, it's not necessarily in favor of him, of the things he said. So, yeah, I think he was. I would think he was truthful. We're gonna get to that in a second. But following up on that, Jamie Jackson just said the hierarchy feels Amorim deserves the summer transfer window to improve the squad and sign players better suited to his tactics. And this, to me, is just obvious. I mean, I said this the other day when we were speaking kind of on Ruben Amorim. And I was asked, you know, do I think that the hierarchy will back Ruben Amorim in the summer if we don't win the Europa League? And my answer to that is they don't have a choice. Regardless of if we win the UEL or we don't, I think their number one job, considering this is the guy they hired, this is the guy they bring in, this is the changes that they made during mid-season, and they went through that. They have no choice but to back him in the summer, because otherwise, the change that they made in the middle of the season was for nothing. They gotta back this guy. They gotta go into the summer market and get players. And regardless of the manager himself, the squad just needs improvement anyway, regardless of Ruben Amorim being the manager. The squad needs better players. The squad needs improvement. So, for his sake, obviously, he needs some players that can actually are better suited to his tactics. But in general, Manchester United have to go out. They have to spend money. They have to get good players in key areas, regardless of Ruben Amorim or not. They got to do it as a football club, regardless. So, this is being reiterated here. And, you know, decent update. But it also came out the other day, yesterday, actually, that apparently, you know, Ruben has conducted 491 interviews since arriving at Manchester United. This caused quite a disturbance among the fan base. Many people finding it completely outlandish and disgraceful, to put it in a lighter way. I mean, it's a lot of interviews for the guy that's been here for 6-7 months. Now, the argument is, you know, he's contracted to these things or whatever, you know, they're required to do them. Maybe this is sort of normal. I mean, it's not that normal. As a Manchester United manager, it's probably normal, but when you compare it to all the other clubs, It's not quite normal. We are requested, or our managers are requested to give much more interviews and give much more time to interviews than any other club and anywhere in the world. And obviously, the club gets money out of this sort of thing. And many fans displeased because, they're arguing that this guy is already fighting sort of a losing battle here and that he needs as much time on the training pitch as possible, and doing 491 interviews is counterproductive to him getting on the training pitch. I kind of get that argument, but at the same time, I don't know if they would necessarily be able to. I don't know if it's necessarily taking away from the training. Maybe it might take time out of his day to do proper planning or some other stuff. But from the training directly itself, I think you can only train so much during the season and in schedule. So I don't think it's necessarily impacting the training, but maybe it's taking away from some other aspects as a manager. And this was like provided basically like, why he's doing so many interviews. Just saying, in terms of his interviews, Ruben only does what he is contractually obliged to do under the Premier League rules. The deal sold to broadcasters by the league entitles them to interview every manager for 15 minutes before every game, and Amorim gets more airtime simply because he is the head coach of the biggest club in the country. Broadcasters take up their full contractual rights with United, but don't with some of the smaller clubs, and then push the interview more heavily on social media. So, again, they're allowed to get 15 minutes before every match. And for United, basically what they're saying is that because he's the manager of United, everybody pushes for the allotted time of 15 minutes, whereas some other clubs, they might only do 8 minutes, they might only do 7 minutes, they might only do 10. They don't always go to the 15 because I guess it's not really worth their time. And United obviously gets them the most clicks, it gets them the most interaction, it gets them the most of everything. So they're obviously going to take that to the maximum that they possibly can push it. If it was up to them and it wasn't a contract, they'd be having Ruben sitting in a chair for an hour and a half every day speaking and asking him, my opinion, basically a lot of nonsense questions. I mean, it's a bit of a problem because I think he said everything that he could basically say, especially for this season. There really isn't much more to say. There's a lot more to do, and there is a lot to say. I think he's pretty much said everything. So for him to keep doing interviews, it seems pretty nonsensical at this point. I mean, he's literally said everything there is to say about the current situation and the squad, and what needs to change and what needs to be fixed. So, I mean, I don't really necessarily like it, in my opinion. I like the manager speaking, and I like to hear from the manager, but I mean, it does seem like he's excessively doing a ton of interviews. Like every time there seems to be some sort of free time, it's being filled with some sort of interview, whether it's at Sky Sports, MUTV, or wherever. It seems like a lot of it is being posed to that. And I don't really like that aspect of it, to be quite honest. So, now we got this story yesterday, and this also caused some disruption within the fan base, a lot of pretty much negativity, to be quite honest. So it was announced that Manchester United are not going to be paying for the tickets for the staff and their families to go to the Europa League final. And this caused a lot of upset in the club. And it then came shortly after, about maybe 20 or 30 minutes after this was reported, that Ruben Amorim decided that he was going to pay himself out of his own pocket for the United staff tickets for the Europa League final after being told the club wouldn't fund the trip to Bilbao. That also went on to say that Amorim has paid for 30 of his Manchester United backroom staff to take their families to next week's Europa League in Bilbao. Now, I will have to say, in my opinion, I mean, this is a disgrace in the part that I can understand to a certain extent because it said staff, family members, and some others, right? And to me, where I kind of draw the line is, I mean, I don't understand the staff part. They're working for United. They should be getting tickets. I mean, even if you could give them one spare ticket for somebody, I think, you know, at what point does it become a little bit ridiculous? I actually responded to this when it was live on X yesterday, and I said it's a big W for Ruben Amorim. It's a big L for Ineos because nobody's really gonna like this. I don't agree with the staff not getting tickets and not getting their trip paid for. I mean, they're part of the team. Like, I don't understand how they're not getting their trip paid. We're going to a final. So how are they not included in expenses to travel with the squad? The families, I get it. I mean, it's a nice touch and you want Manchester United to do these things. But in terms of just the football aspect, regardless of that, the families is, I could get how the families might be an extra sort of, it's not really a necessity. It's like an extra, but the staff, I can't wrap my head around this. The staff part, I don't really understand because there's loads of people in the staff that work for Manchester United and are working with Ruben Amorim and helping Ruben Amorim. And the club is going to a final. So I don't understand how the staff that works with Ruben and is important to the club are not getting their trips covered for this. It really doesn't make sense. So in my opinion, big L for Ineos that they did this sort of thing. I mean, it's not going to go down well. They also cut a couple other things that we're going to talk about. But just to carry on over to this, it says, when it was made clear to Amorim that the club would not pay for tickets for his coaches and staff, he told the United hierarchy that he would fund the cost to ensure that every member could take up to 2 friends or family. This includes low-paid members of staff as a reward and recognition for their contribution and commitment during a difficult 6 months at the club. And again, I can understand maybe the friends and family part, even though it's not, some people are going to cry and say, like, we should be funding everybody. And I get that point and I get that argument, I get that aspect. But at the same time, I mean, the coaches and staff, I don't understand. Like the family and friends part, I get it. Because those are extras. They're not fundamental to the team. But coaches and staff, it doesn't make sense. Like, what are we doing here? We're going to a final. And I feel like doing this sort of thing that Ineos are doing, it's demoralizing to everybody that's working in the club. You don't want to demoralize the manager, the players, and the rest of the people that are working at United when you're going to a European final. You don't want to demoralize the entire club by doing this sort of thing. So obviously, people are still going to get upset that they can't bring their friends or their family or something like that, and I get that. But to go as far as to include coaches and staff, it doesn't make sense in the slightest bit, and I don't know what Ineos are really thinking here. I've supported them on some stuff, but some of the things that they do, no. Like, I think this was a bad move. I think it was a wrong move. It's definitely an unpopular one. They're not afraid to do it because they've been doing these sorts of things, and they're going to keep doing these sorts of things. And they don't really care about that. Lyle says, hey, Eric, apparently it's only the family. The article is clickbait. The staff is sorted. It's their family members. Likewise with the players. They only got 2 tickets each. The news got blown out of proportion. Well, fair enough. If that's the case, I guess this is what happens because nobody provides a corrected update. So I didn't see anybody kind of put that out there, but I take your word for it, Lyle. If that's the case, I mean, and if that is the case, and I'm going to take it like it's the case because I trust Lyle, of course. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's not nice. I don't think anybody really wants this sort of thing to happen. Nobody's like advocating like, yeah, they really shouldn't be paying them. I don't think anybody's saying that. I think everybody's like, it'd be nice to do that and we should be doing that. But at the same time, they're not necessarily essential. In a certain aspect. I mean, I get maybe that's good to have some perks, part of the job, but yeah, my big thing was really just about the coaches and the staff. I mean, their family and their friends. I mean, it's nice to bring them along and whatever, but it's not a necessity to the football that has to be played and us operating. So Lyle says it was the way they worded it. Amorim pays for coaches and staff tickets, but it's only the extra tickets. Yeah, I could see that. So that makes a lot more sense, to be quite honest. So thank you for Lyle for that, and appreciate that, because we don't want to be reporting things that aren't accurate. So good correction there. But yeah, listen, it's not a good position to be in, obviously, because as Manchester United, I think all the fans generally, regardless, just feel like, the size of our club, and what we are and our history and what we're supposed to stand for. We should be able to provide tickets for the family members of the staff and all that. And many people are critical of this sort of thing. I get it. I get it. Um, and I don't think these things will last forever. I don't think they're going to be gone forever. I don't think they're going to be like erased from United, um, you know, and never coming back. I think they're temporary things. They're not nice things. Nobody likes these sorts of things, in any aspect. I mean, if you had bonuses at your job and they cut them, the company's not doing good. Like, people are going to be upset, but at the same time, it's also like, well, you work here, and your job could be in jeopardy as well. So you got to look at it kind of a little bit on both sides. I say, um, but this ties into this. Ahmad Isrik says IFC is champion. This ties into this. It's coming from Hurst class. IFC Champione. Um, this ties into it, saying Manchester United have decided not to hold an end of season awards dinner for the second consecutive season following disappointing performances from the first team. The awards are expected to be presented on the pitch before the final game of the season. Now this right here, I don't know how people necessarily feel about this, but for me, I don't have a problem with this. Now, some people probably will jump on the fact that, this is more cost-cutting measures and it's the club being cheap and it's a gym and all this stuff. And that's, I guess, one way to look at it. But for me, in my opinion, we shouldn't be having an awards, a season's award dinner. There shouldn't be such a thing, because our season, and everybody has said this in our fan base, this is the worst season we've ever had, and our season has been an absolute disaster. So there's nothing to celebrate. There's nothing, to me, having an award, a season's award dinner in this type of season that we had is like giving kids participation trophies for coming last in a competition. I don't agree with that. I don't think it's a correct thing to do, and I don't want to see it, really. I don't. So I have no problem with this, because it's something that I wouldn't accept if I was in charge. There's no way you can have a season's dinner award when we're 16th in the Premier League, and we've made it to Europa League final, but Europa League, let's be honest, Europa League is quite beneath our club. And it's really only the salvaging point of one of the most worst seasons we've ever had, in our time in Manchester United. More recently, obviously, just the Premier League, to be quite fair. So I mean, this type of thing here doesn't bother me at all. I don't know if other people feel differently about it. If you agree or disagree, but yeah, I mean, I just how can you have a season's award dinner when your team is 16th in the Premier League and we're Manchester United? It's just not something that it wouldn't sit right. It doesn't feel right. Even last time I argued that I don't even know if I feel like we should have, if we win the Europa League, I don't even know if I feel like we should have an open bus parade for winning the Europa League. It just feels weird, considering that, like, yeah, it's good we go and win a European trophy and we won a final. But the way the season has gone, it just feels weird, because the season by no means is going to be a success. The Europa League is just a bit of a saving grace on what has been essentially, to put it blunt and put it straightforward, a pile of shit. It's been a pile of shit. It's been a disaster. So I don't even feel like it feels a bit. It feels a bit embarrassing if we did a whole open bus, trophy celebration. Maybe other people feel differently about it, and they feel like maybe we should do it. But to me, it just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right to do that sort of thing. Um, Ahmad says Manchester United have great season than Arsenal. Says he hates Arsenal more than United. Well, fair enough. Oh, that's LFC. Are you a Liverpool fan? But Amorim did say today, because he did the interview today, and he said on paying for the UEL final tickets for his staff members and their families. Again, they're still going on about this, Lyle. So he said, it's not going to change my life. It's about helping. All the players had the same reaction. Everyone wants the staff to be there, the families to be there. So maybe that was accurate, actually. I mean, considering that he said this, and he mentioned that that everyone wants the staff to be there, and said the families to be there, and he included both. So maybe there was some accuracy to that, because from what he's saying, it seemed like that the staff weren't going to go as well as the families get paid for. So and again, I mean, it's good. Now, I don't know about the whole player aspect. I would hope, but some of them, can be very out of touch. But again, I think it's still a good notion, and it's a good. He's done it in good faith, and it works out to his benefit, because obviously he's getting a very hard time for what's going on, and he's kind of redirecting that a little bit. Let's be honest here. I mean, people will read that. It's a bit of PR, to be quite honest. I don't think that's why he did it. I'm not saying Ruben sat there and was like, perfect PR opportunity for me. Let me pay for some of the tickets so I could get some of the hate off me. But I indirectly, people read this sort of stuff. They see this sort of stuff. And then, some people that might have felt a little bit one way towards him, maybe they feel a little bit softer towards it, and they redirect that sort of blame and hate and anger towards Ineos a little bit more, and a little bit off of his back. So, it could help him out there. And anyway, we should be looking at the hierarchy really a lot more, because I mean, they're the ones doing these things, and also they have the biggest job, in my opinion, at the football club, and that is to provide a platform and an environment for a manager, and specifically this manager, to be able to succeed and change things at Manchester United. So the focus should probably always be a lot more on them at the current moment in time. So RSV said, I asked ChatGPT to give a breakdown of blame distribution for each post-Fergie manager, visualized in pie charts. Each chart shows how much responsibility falls on the manager and board and owners / players. Believe it or not, during Eric Ten Hag's, he received the highest percentage of blame on the manager than any other manager. I do believe that, because I mean, it was pretty much always. I mean, well, when you say that he, well, hold on. He received the highest percentage of blame on the manager than any other manager. Well, but okay, so blame on the man, but like, so I'm trying to figure out, like, what does that mean exactly? Like, wait, who, like, like, is the blame coming from the fans, the media, and or are you saying like, the things that he's done, he's been directly responsible for those things? Because in the aspect of, like, I mean, the media didn't like him from the get-go, and a lot of our ex-players that are on TV, like Neville and such, and all those types of people, I mean, they were criticizing him very heavily on very heavily from very early on. Um, so it depends how that kind of goes, because I can understand that. I mean, from the perspective that I'm talking about, is that um, I mean, he would get the most blame because most people were against him from the very beginning. The media wasn't friends with him. He didn't like the media. He wasn't friends with them. So, I mean, there was a lot of articles and negative stuff being written about him. So I could understand that if that's what that actually is supposed to mean. Lyle says, I mean, think about it. This is his backroom staff. Why would they themselves not have tickets? Is what made me think twice about the story. I mean, why would a coach pay for a game? Um, Under Moyes, it was 20% on players, 30% on the board, 50% on the manager. Under LVG, it was 40% on the manager, 35% on the board and owners, and 25% on the players. Well, back to Lyle's point. I mean, I don't know, but listen, I mean, it doesn't make sense, Lyle. Like, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, if United aren't paying for their trip, they're technically saving money, in a certain way. So, you know, they're obviously gonna have to take care of the players. And I don't think it's like Ruben's immediate staff, but obviously there's other staff in there. And, you know, it was mentioned like lower rank staff, like lower paid people. Um, like I don't think it's his like assistant coach or like his goalkeeping coach, for example. I think those guys are included, but I think it's the staff that's works with them, that's under them. You know, maybe some lower ranked staff that obviously don't get any limelight. But I mean, again, to your point, like why is the coach paying for the game, and you know, why would his staff not be included, regardless of if they're his assistant coach or his goalkeeping coach, or it's like some low ranked person that's part of the staff that does maybe something that's like slightly basic. You know, it doesn't really make sense. RSV says under Mourinho was 35% of the manager, 35% of the players, which makes sense because of player power being at its peak, and 30% on the manager, and 30% on the I think you meant to say 35% on the owners. Under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, it was 30% of the players, 45% of the manager, 25% of the board and owners. Under Brandnick, it was 50% of the board and owners, 30% of the players, and 20% of the manager. Lyle says United got a chartered plane for the family and friends, so each player got 2 tickets for the final. And what I'm thinking is their families were then not included, hence Amorim stepped in. Well, it could be very much. I mean, what you're saying makes sense. You know, but this is my problem, Lyle. I mean, why do we have to, you know, why do we have to figure this out, and why do we have to sort this out, and why do we have to provide the clarification for this? You know, this isn't really our job. You know, the journalists put this news out there. They're the ones that caused this sort of thing. You know, this kind of shitstorm. It's their responsibility and their job to clarify things when they put articles out as such, or news or information that they did. You know, somebody should take the responsibility out there and put the record straight of what it actually was, because clearly there's discrepancies going on, and now it's just created a bunch of confusion and anger for basically for nonsense. Somewhere X is telling me to stay hydrated. Um, RSV saying under Eric Ten Hag, it was 60% of the manager, 25% of the players, and 15% on the owners and board. Eric Ten Hag is arguably the least deserving of sympathy among all post-Ferguson managers who were sacked. Well, again, I'm just gonna ask, just so I can understand clearly. By when it's doing this search for blame, right? As you've said, each charge shows how much responsibility falls on the manager and board and owners. I mean, but where is it pulling this information from? Because if Eric Ten Hag has the most bad articles written about him by the media, who obviously didn't like him, then I believe that ChatGPT is going to take that into account and come up with these percentages. So if Eric Ten Hag had the highest negativity coverage from journalists and media and pundits who are writing bad stuff about him constantly, whether it's true or not, and whether it was accurate or not, then it's gonna say that Eric Ten Hag, if I'm understanding this correctly, it's gonna say Eric Ten Hag had the biggest the biggest blame, because they're all gonna write that it's all his fault. Um, whereas all the other managers, it was, obviously split in different ways. I mean, if he had the biggest hate from the very beginning, then obviously it's gonna come and give you an output of that he had the highest. So, well, he spent over 600 million, nearly all of his first choice targets. I wouldn't say all of his first choice targets. I wouldn't say all of his first choice targets. I mean, there's no disagreeing that, we did get a lot of players for him, and they did spend quite heavily. Um, Again, there's always the discrepancy with that RSV, that, while I tend to lean more towards, I blame him on the player that he decided to bring in over the 600 million like price tag, solely because, again, I know he had the veto option, but as a manager, you're gonna ask for players and you need to get players. So, you know, like when he asked for Anthony, I don't blame Ten Hag. I don't blame Ten Hag for 80 million being spent on Anthony, because the club could have got him for 35 million, but that's the club's fault, and Merton Arnold and everybody else that was involved. That's their fault, because they could have got him in June. They waited 2 days before the window closes, and then they spent 90 million. So, it's his fault, because he identified Anthony and wanted to bring Anthony, and Anthony obviously didn't work. And that's where I put the blame on that, because he asked for that player, and that clearly wasn't a good signing. But at the same time, I mean, he didn't do the negotiations for all of that. So, RSV says he also dismissed Ralph Rangnick's advice and refused to work with him despite Rangnick's clear understanding of the club's dysfunction and rebuild needs. I mean, he did do that. Well, that's what was reported. And opted for cosmetic surgery, not open heart surgery that Rangnick suggested. I mean, he did do that. So, I mean, that was reported. What happened? I remember reading that and stuff. But, yeah. I mean, listen. At this point, it is what it is. I mean, for me, he's not the manager anymore. It's kind of in the past. There's nothing really we could do about it. I mean, even if we come to the determination that he, is the one that's responsible for all this disaster that's gone on, and he was the worst. What does it really change for us? It doesn't really do anything for us. It doesn't really fix any of the problems. It doesn't, do much. So, I get the point you're trying to drive home, RSV, because I know what you're saying, and you're trying to make it show that, like, hey, the problems that Ruben is facing is being carried over from the previous manager and what happened in those 3 years or so. And I get that. But I mean, at some point, we kind of just have to let go of Eric Ten Hag, because there's nothing really that we can do. It happened, it's done. And the only way is forward. The only way we can fix things is what's going to be happening. So, upcoming, let's not make these sorts of same mistakes or things that have happened at the football club, and let's try and make like better decisions going forward. Lyle says, my Ruben said my reaction. Wait. Uh, so in quotes, he said, "My reaction was to help." Ruben Amorim was asked about reports that he has personally paid for some of the Manchester United staff family members to attend the Europa League final. That's from Sky Sports. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, the media is quite tricky in the way they do things because technically it's not a lie the way they word stuff. So, it is something that is a kind of a pain in the ass when they do it, to be quite honest. So, but yeah, I see what's going on. So, by the way, I'm gonna post a link. Please smash the like button if you haven't done so already, because it helps us and we need your help getting pushed out there. So please do that for us. It takes 2 seconds and we greatly appreciate it. I'm also putting in a link to our Discord. If you're not in the Discord, I would tell you to get in the Discord. I've just put it in the chat. Click that link and it'll take you directly to the Discord. And you'll become a member of the Discord and you'll stay up to date. I put up the updates of when we're going to go live, and we also have transfer news updates and lots of channels in there with lots of different updates, memes, and stuff like that. So it's a good time in there. So if you got Discord, join it, become part of the family, and we welcome you in no matter who you are or where you are. RSV says no United manager post Fergie had that combination of financial backing and sporting autonomy besides Eric Ten Hag. No, I mean, you are right. We've talked about this previously, and we said this. I mean, he was the one with the most power. He had the veto there, and he also, I mean, a lot of money was spent. I think incorrectly though. That's my whole issue, and that's my whole problem. I don't think the money fee to me, again, like I kind of disregarded towards players when people try to hold it over their heads in terms of performance. It doesn't sit right with me, because if the club isn't operating properly and the people in charge that are doing the deals, like Rasmus Højlund, like, why did we spend 72 million on him? Why did we spend 72 million on Rasmus Højlund? I mean, to me, it's a ridiculous deal. It's a ridiculous deal. He's a player from the Serie A. He only played one season, in the side, and it scored a minimum number of goals. I think he scored like 10 or 11 goals. And we paid 72 million for him. That's a really bad deal. And people will say, well, yeah, no duck, because Rasmus is shit. That's not the point that I'm trying to say. It's just when you look at it, you're going to the Serie A, who doesn't have necessarily money, and there's deals to be made there. And we went to the Serie A, and we obviously clearly overpaid for somebody that was lacking in a very he didn't have enough experience to warrant 72 million. Like, even the potential aspect doesn't warrant 72 million for him. That deal should have been done around maybe 50, if you're arguing that much. Isaac went to Newcastle for 62 million, but Isaac had more experience and was performing better, and he was playing in La Liga, and we paid 10 million more for somebody with less experience, and so it's kind of ridiculous. And that's why I don't really, I get that when you look at it, a lot of money was spent on Ten Hag. But if the club was operating properly, the money figure shouldn't even be that high. It's still a good chunk of money regardless, because he bring in a lot of players. But, it shouldn't be 600 million in reality, because we shouldn't have spent 90 million on Anthony. Anthony should have came for 35, 40. Rasmus, we shouldn't have spent 72 million. We should have got Rasmus for 50 or something like that. And all the deals that we did, they were all overpriced, overpaid, and that's all from the people that were running our football club. So, Avash, if I said your name wrong, I'm sorry. Orban says, watching from Mauritius, Indian Ocean. Well, welcome. Glad to have you here. I can't say I'm familiar with that place, but yeah, welcome. Interesting stuff. Lyle says, we were bamboozled with the Højlund transfer. The rumor fees were much lower than what we paid. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they did with that. Who knows what they were doing? They don't even know what they were doing. RSV said no. Oh yeah, yeah. And said that's why I feel least sorry for Eric Ten Hag than any other manager we've had. Well, listen, I mean, it's fair enough for you. For me personally, I feel bad for all of them because I just I can never get out of my head that I know the club is run and has been run so dysfunctional that it's really a losing position for any person that walks in. And I mean, we're seeing Amorim at this current moment in time. I mean, the guy is absolutely just struggling all over the place. And I don't think, again, this is why I keep saying, I don't think there's a manager out there in the world that can just walk in here, kind of snap his fingers and transform United in one to two seasons. I think it's actually a much longer and much bigger project than probably everybody wants it to be. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't want it to be that long either. I would love nothing more than for somebody to walk into this football club and within 8 months have us playing some elite football and challenging and just destroying teams and being back to our prime. But I think we've moved far away from that, and I don't think it's getting it's pronounced Mauritius. All right, you're gonna get me with the pronunciations. You know I can't pronounce things. I try my best. But all right, fair enough. I mean, I don't know how do you know that? Is what I want to know. How do you even know that? um, but yeah. I mean, we're seeing these things with the managers. I mean, and this is why my focus always goes more towards the hierarchy. Again, I can't bring it upon myself to really focus so much on the manager when I know that, and I believe in my heart that there's just no manager out there that's going to get this team to be what it is in the length and amount of time that most people um keep demanding for. It is literally impossible to happen. So this is why I'm hoping that we sort of fix things and sort things out up at the top, and we actually do things that proper run football clubs do. And I think it's obviously it's made much harder because the Glazers still own us, the Glazers still here, and nobody really knows what's going to happen with Ineos either. It's the thing about Ineos. I mean, if you go online and you kind of see, there's people that backed him, there's people that are completely against him, so it's quite divided. And I think it's quite divided because there's just uncertainty. Nobody actually really knows. They have feelings or they have inclinations or stuff like that, but nobody knows like what is actually to come out of this. So Avash says it's an island in the Indian Ocean near Madagascar. Oh, all right. Okay. Well, I know where Madagascar is because of the movie. So it's a country that falls under Africa, very popular for the South Africans. Oh, okay, that's why you know. That's why you know. Um, Here you were either United or Liverpool. That sounds like my parents' home country, Bavash. Malta, if you ever heard of it. It's right under Sicily in the Mediterranean. That's pretty much how that goes there. You're either United or Liverpool. Those are the two major ones. I think United holds a much I think there's much more United fans out there, but there is quite a lot of Liverpool fans out there, and those are the two big ones. And then you got some, you got some stragglers running around. You got a couple Chelsea fans here, but not a lot. You got some Arsenal fans, but not a lot, and the very few maybe Spurs. Interestingly enough, my uncle is a Stoke City fan, so well, one of my uncles. One of my uncles is a Stoke City fan. My other uncle is a Spurs fan. So we're gonna be playing them in the final. I'm glad. I'm glad my father and my uncle aren't together because I don't know if that would go quite well. There's no City fans because City was made in 2012 and nobody respects them. So yeah. Scott says relegation is the only way to get rid of them scummy Glazers. Well, You know what, Scott? That you might be right, unfortunately, because I mean, it would be quite highly negative for, I mean, everybody. I mean, us, and the club itself. But it would also be quite negative for the Glazers because I mean they're gonna lose. They would lose significant amount of money. Um, but you know what bothers me the most? Because these Glazers people and these business people, the way they are, um, unless they were absolutely like, see, if you get relegated and they get pushed into the position where they have literally no choice but to sell, then they go. But if there's a way for them to survive in there, like the snakes that they are, which I wouldn't put it past them because, as much as I hate them and everybody else, they are quite sound doing some type of business, whether it's shady or not. They'll figure out a way. And if they can figure out a way, I know for a fact that they won't sell United when it's at the bottom. They're still here because they believe that United can be worth 10 billion and they want 10 billion. So they're trying to get United to get the highest price point possible, while also, just sucking the club dry of all the money they can in the meantime. So they're kind of double dipping at the point that it's at. I mean, they're taking as much money as possible. They're leaving us with basically nothing. They've ruined us on the pitch. They still make tons of money commercially. They're getting a new stadium built for them. They haven't put in any money. They're not going to put in any money. And the club is still, I mean, the way things with football is going, regardless kind of how United are performing, it is projected that, the value will continue to go up. And they want that money. They want 10 billion or whatever it is. So Bavash says Arsenal, City, Chelsea. We have to use a magnetic glass, magnifying glass to find one. Yeah, I mean there's a couple of them. I know a couple of them from my parents' home country. So I got a couple of them. They're friends and stuff like that. I know a couple Chelsea fans. I know a couple Arsenal fans as well. There's no City fans though. City fans don't exist. I mean they're literally just anybody that tells you a City fan, unless they're from Manchester specifically, because those are the people that have always supported Manchester when they were literally Manchester City when they were nothing. These people don't watch football. They don't watch football, and if they do watch football, they just started watching football. So, yeah. Elias says rumors in the Twitter spheres that United and Cunha have agreed personal terms. Well, interesting. We will check that out when we get to the end of the show. Let me get back to what we were doing though. Amorim obviously made some big comments the other day, and basically said that if we can't turn things around, and next season is like this season, then we should void the space to other people. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but essentially he was saying, or it seemed like he was saying that he will leave, like he will resign or something. Today he came out and he was asked about that, and he said that he is far from quitting, but we need to perform. Again, driving home that fact. And I agree with him 100% here. I'm not under any illusions or anything like that. I know for a fact that he has to perform. He knows for a fact that he needs to perform. He knows how important next season is going to be. He knows the rope or the leash is sort of tightening on him with the way things have gone. He understands the importance of this final. And we're going to talk about the final as well because it does have big implications kind of all over the place. But I mean, it's quite clear and obvious that no, he can't have another season. Even for somebody like me, who has been advocating that he needs more time, he needs different personnel and different players, and he needs as much help as possible. There is a line though that he cannot go backwards over, for next season. It cannot be anything close to this. It cannot be. We cannot go into next season and win 3 out of the first 7 matches. That cannot happen. he knows this, and he understands the importance of that because the patience is already starting to run out a little bit. And depending on what happens in the UAL final, it'll depend if it'll whether it's going to give him a little bit more time and patience from the fans and everybody else, or is it going to make it even more increasingly heavy than it already is? And there's a couple reasons for that, but he said he elaborated on it, and he said, on him quitting for someone else. He said, "What I'm saying is that since I arrived here, I've been talking about standards. I can't see the team achieving these results in the Premier League and not say anything. I'm far from giving up. We have to perform. If we don't, they'll change us. That's normal." Again, he's not an idiot. He's quite aware of the situation he's in. He's quite aware of the situation the club is in. And he's quite aware of the standards. He understands that this sort of stuff has been acceptable. He knows it's not good enough. He's been calling it out. He's been telling the truth. He hasn't been hiding from anything. He's been answering everything direct and addressing everything head on. And I have huge respect for that. But I do agree with him, and I do understand this situation that what he's saying is absolutely fact. Whether you want him to get more time than just a season or just next season, even if you're somebody out there advocating and you believe that he needs 3 seasons or 4 seasons to really get things like under control and stable and good and positive, if you don't get the results, you will run out of time. I said the same thing for Eric Ten Hag. And I said that from the very beginning, before this season even started. And I made it clear how important it was for Eric Ten Hag to have a strong start in the Premier League. And for me, he failed. He failed the test in that aspect. That's why I lost a little bit of faith in him, because I just felt like, as a manager, how could you have not prepared the team in a better way when you know your job was on the line, when you almost lost your job, when you know the importance that we needed to start the season strong, and it wasn't a good start, and it didn't look like it was going to improve at any point because we were really struggling under Ten Hag. Now, obviously, the things that have gone with Ruben have gone with Ruben, and it kind of changed, and those are different sort of circumstances around him than it was around Ten Hag. But no, like he can't. I mean, it's just a cold, harsh fact. He can't have bad performances next season, especially early on. You got to give the fans and everybody, and especially to the doubters and to the haters, you got to give them something to buy into. And to give them something to buy into, you got to get good results, and good performances. So, and he understands that. If he doesn't get that next season, it's going to be quite over at some point, because there's no way that we can have a season that ever again that looks like this. It's just not possible. Um, Scott says Ruben Hood after that interview I saw yesterday with him buying the tickets for the staff that Sir Jim took away. Yeah, Ruben Hood. We could start calling him that. Takes from the rich and gives to the poor. I mean, yeah. I mean, listen, again, when it comes to his personality and his mentality and sort of attitude, I really do like it. I respect it quite a lot. And I think he has a good demeanor around him, and I think he does understand, really, in his heart, but in his head as well. I think he understands what Manchester United is and what it's supposed to be. I get that from the way he speaks and the way he says things. And that's separate, obviously, from the tactics and results on the pitch and stuff like that. That's another argument, and I can understand, stuff being made against him there. But I mean, he does really understand what it means. I think it actually, as a manager of this football club, compared to some of our other ones, I think it actually does have an impact in his heart. I think he does feel it in there about this club. So, it was amazing to hear and see. I mean, I didn't see that, but that is a good one. That is a good one, Scott. So I do want this guy to succeed. I hope. I'll say the same thing that I said for Eric Ten Hag. I hope he gives himself the best possible opportunity to succeed. And I think he could do that in some of the sort of the things that he controls, like the preseason, and making sure that the players are ready to go for next season and stuff like that. And also, getting it right in the Europa League final and winning the cup. These are things that he can control to a certain degree, but he has direct impact on them. He has to make sure that he gets it right in the Europa League final. He has to make sure and find out a way how to get over the line in the Europa League final. And he also has to make sure that when we go to start next season, he has to make sure the preseason is utilized in the best way possible, and that when we show up for the first match of the season, we actually look quite sharp and quite ready to go. Because, when we started the season this season, we didn't. We looked like we didn't have a preseason at all. We looked like our players were, just came back from the beach 2 days before the match. And that showed over the rest of the season. We were always playing catch up. We were always behind. And we were never able to catch up. And, obviously things changed, but it led to problems. So, and it furthered regression. So, listen, he's got a big job at hand. I don't think anybody's, saying that, he's got some minor tweaks to do. There's massive things that have to happen, and he's certainly up against it. I mean, it's like, it's like trying to climb Mount Everest. It's no easy task. Not everybody, very few people can do it, if anybody can do it at all. It's probably harder than Everest at this point with what he's facing. So it's a monumental task that he's got on his hands. I think the scales, if you're talking about improbability, and not from the heart, but just, I guess, from a probability math standpoint, I mean, the scales are in favor for him to fail. So it's a huge task, and we're going to see how it's going to go. And hopefully, maybe he gets a little bit of luck, but also he gets some things correct, and hopefully the board help him out as well with the summer transfer targets, which we were about to get into as well. So there was a story that came out yesterday from Alfredo Padula about Edison. Edison has been linked with United for a couple of weeks or months now. And this story came out saying that new contacts have taken place between Atalanta and United for Ederson. United will need to pay more than 50 million euros. Again, I like when they say this sort of stuff. They just so what is more? Why can't you give us the price tag? What is the price tag? Do you know the price tag? How do you know that it's more than 50 million? And what is more than 50 million? Is it 51 million? Is it 52 million? Is it 60 million? Is it 70 million? I like when they kind of give us these updates. It's like they give us a half-baked update. Yeah, United are there. They're making contact, and they got to pay more than 50 million. All right, great. But, how much, though? Because it could be 55 million. That's more than 50 euros. Again, I'm not will probably be 52.5 million. Yeah, it might be 50 million plus, 5 million in add-ons or something, and that's your more than 50 million. I like when they do this sort of thing. It makes me question, you got the information to that point. You couldn't ask for a little bit more. There was no way for you to get a little bit more specific, a little bit more concrete. But just on Edison again, I don't know if, I'm going to be quite honest here, I don't know if he's necessarily, let's put it this way, I don't know if he's necessarily what United fans are asking for in the midfield. I understand how Edison fits into the system, and I understand what Edison is as a footballer, but I don't know if it's exactly what United fans have been asking for when they think of a midfielder. I don't know if they'll necessarily gonna like him, because I think he's similar to Ugarte in ways. I think he's better in a lot of areas than Ugarte, in some areas that Ugarte definitely lacks. I think he's slightly different than Ugarte as well in some different aspects, but I don't know if this is the midfielder that United fans are specifically asking for when they have in mind of going to get a midfielder. So I don't know if they're going to be necessarily, I guess, happy with him or whatever. But there's a little bit more that's going to come circling back to this story. So just give me a second, and we'll do sort of a little bit of a full circle when we get there. But there was a little tiny update from Alex Crook talking about Antoine Semenyo. Apparently has held talks with Manchester United. I think there was a little bit more detail, but it wasn't anything major or concrete. So, again, it's still a good indication. We're already moving and we're already doing things, in my opinion, faster, and we have multiple plans going on. So I'm interested to see how fast we're going to move once this Europa League final has concluded, because I think there's going to be some interesting things. I think Cunha is one that probably everybody thinks and feels at this current moment in time that it should be done 1 to 2 weeks after the Europa League final, before the window opens. We should be able to do that deal. So around 45 million pounds, not bad for a centre mid. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad price tag at all. It fits into my range of where I say that I don't think we should necessarily be paying, 60. We should be doing deals 60 million and under, because I think there's deals out there that you could do for under 60 million that are still good deals. So it kind of fits into my price range. Again, I don't know if United fans will necessarily love it, because I think they're asking for something a little bit different. Again, he's more of a defensive kind of centre mid. He's not necessarily... United fans want this sort of box to box type of centre mid. They want this like all around type of guy. They want him to be able to defend very well, but also be very good in build up play and creating chances, and be able to score goals and get assists. There's not many of those types of players out there, and if there are, they cost quite a good amount of money. So I don't know if you can even actually get that. But when I looked at his profile, when I looked at Edison's profile, and I looked at his statistics, I can understand how he fits into Ruben's system, and I can understand the qualities that he'll bring into the system. So, and also, he's actually quite a physical player as well. So I think he would actually fit into the Premier League, which is important, because I think we need to get some more players, which is why actually I think it's interesting that we're looking at players like Semenyo and Cunha and whatever, because last summer window, we went, and there's nothing wrong with this, but we went foreign. And this window so far, even though we didn't get to it, but from the players that we're being linked to, yeah, there's Edison, but there's also quite a numerous amounts of Premier League players. And I think this is actually going to be a big, important factor, because, again, we have a problem playing in the Premier League. Our squad, the players that we have, the characteristics that they have, for the way that Ruben is trying to play, it's too weak for the Prem. We're getting exposed, and they can't keep up. So the logic, I guess, from a common sense point of view, well, if we're able to bring in a couple of these already proven Prem players and add them to the squad, it should help, especially if they also fit into his system and stuff. I mean, again, Newcastle play literally the same formation as us, so they play in a similar way. Eddie Howe plays it a 3-4-2-1 at Newcastle and has done quite well. But when I look at the characteristics of their players, and I'm not saying like any of their players are superstars besides Isaac, who I think is obviously probably the best striker at the moment, but look at the characteristics of their squad, and look at the characteristics of our squad, and look how their players sort of complement each other in different places, on the pitch. And then look at our players, and it's just like, we don't have that. So, yeah, I mean, it will be interesting. Lyle says, if all these transfer talks are true, then it speaks to a full Ineos hierarchy at work. Remember, last summer, all the guys weren't fully in yet. This time, you have Barada, Wilcox, and Favell ready. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the big interesting thing that I'm waiting to look for, Lyle, because that's sort of my expectation. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt in that aspect, that they weren't fully ready. I mean, they were there. Some of them weren't there. Some of them just got there. It was sort of kind of a mess. I still think they did decently well to get the players that we gotten in, and the deals that they did, the prices and the wages and stuff like that. I still think it was decently good. even for that. So I'm looking to see what sort of improvement and difference should be coming now that they've been here and they're settled in and they're all kind of been working together and they've been here for over a year now and stuff like that. So, I mean, Scott says wishful thinking. Um, I think he's at, oh, because Lyle said, imagine if they had unlimited budget, damn the possibilities. I mean, it would be great. We could do all sorts of things with an unlimited budget, but you know, listen, again, even with an unlimited budget, I think the biggest aspect, the biggest key thing here, it's not about it's not about unlimited money. It's about making, I mean, obviously the money's going to help, but it's about making smart signings for good prices. Um that's why, when you look and we spent a billion and City have spent a billion, we spent it two different ways, very differently. And we spent it very bad and they spent it very good. And they've gotten the success and we've gotten the failure. So I understand, like, if we had more money, we could do a lot more things. I get that. But to me, the bigger importance is to make sure that whatever money you have, you're spending it correctly and wisely. And so even with a limited budget, to me, the more important thing is when the club actually figures out how to spend the money properly and in a good, positive way that has positive impacts on the pitch, which means that we have positive results and then positive performances and positive positions in the table. That is the biggest and best thing that we can do. So, whether we have 100 million, 150 million, 200 million, 250 million, 300 million, or if we had 600 million, if we spend that money bad, regardless of the budget, we're gonna have a shit time. So for me, I'd like them to just show that actually we're making good deals, regardless of if we have the most money in the world or not. We're making good deals. We're signing players on good contracts with, incentive based sort of wages. It's a fair wage. There's incentives there. And we're not putting ourselves in a position in a club where we're buying a player and we're overpaying, so we already lost value, and then they have a bad time and we lost even more value. The way we've been operating prior to them is like, that old adage that everybody says, like, when you buy a car and you drive it off of the lot, it loses like 25% value or something like that immediately as soon as you drive it away. As soon as you get in it and you leave the dealership, it loses like 20% value. That's kind of how United have been operating. I mean, we would buy a player, again, like Maguire or Anthony. You spend 90 million, 80 million, and before they've even come to the club, they've already lost like 20% value because they were never worth that money. And we should have never paid that money. And we should have never done that sort of deal like that. So right at the bat, we're losing the value there. And then they come to United, and if they don't perform particularly well, you're losing another 25 to 50%. So, immediately we're putting ourselves at risk to lose a big percentage on the players. And that needs to stop because that's what's led us to having, it's a part of the reason what's led us to have bad money problems, along with the fact that the performance aren't getting there on the pitch. So we're not getting in positions where we are getting more money, like finishing in top four and getting all of that money and stuff like that. So Richard's here. Richard, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Back from your trip. I'm sorry that our team has disappointed you once again, because you went to West Ham and that was an absolutely just, I'm going to be quite blunt. It was the worst match I've ever seen a United team probably give. And you went there, and I was hoping they'd give you a good one, and they didn't. So I'm sorry for that. Yet again, they've let you down. I don't know how you feel about it, Richard, but you could let me know. But other than that, I hope you enjoyed it to some extent, at the very least. But yeah, I mean, it was a bad game. But moving on, there was a story about Himland, or Hoimland, whatever his name is. Obviously plays at Sporting, former player of Ruben Amorim at Sporting, very good midfielder. Now, this is a guy that I would actually take and prefer over Ederson. To be quite honest with you, I like him very much. I think he's a very good player. I think many of the United fans out there would prefer to get him over Ederson. Although I think at a time beggars can't be choosers, and people will take what they get. But for me, I think that this guy is probably the better player. To be quite honest, I've seen him play numerous times. I like his game. I think he's a very good player. He can do the defensive work, but he can also, like I mentioned before, with the United fans wanting somebody that can help, in play creation or that sort of stuff. He can do that aspect very good as well. I personally think, I could be wrong, but I personally think he can do it much better than Ederson can. So yeah, this update came from Portugal, Record Portugal to be exact, and via Sport Witness, putting this out there saying Himland is particularly appreciated by Amorim. Well, that's no surprise, but no indication of transfer intention at this stage, but one to watch. Again, I think we do have there's sort of a decent list out there for midfielders as well, because there is an update about that, about what we're looking to try and do. Midfielder is on the list. Obviously, we know a striker's on the list, a 10 is on the list, a midfielder is on the list as well. Those are the most three concrete that are on the list. I think after that, it's a little bit up in the air. I think they're going to look in a couple different more positions. But the three concrete ones right now is striker, 10, and the midfield, the center midfield. So Elias says the Maguire deal was because of Virgil van Dijk, and we fell into the trap there. The Anthony deal is a really tough deal to understand. Well, but again, for me, just bad negotiation, bad understanding of optics, bad operating. Why should the Maguire deal be, if you're a proper football club, why would the Maguire deal be because of Virgil van Dijk? Like, I know what you're saying, and I've read that story, and I heard that, and I seen that reported, but that's stupid. That's idiotic. I mean, when we go into negotiations, that shouldn't be a thing. And they can try and make it a thing, but you should make it quite aware that that's not a thing, and we're not going to be paying 80 million for that sort of thing. And then the Anthony one is just, again, Anthony's just pure incompetence. Anthony was, Ten Hag asked for Anthony in June. The scouts said he's worth 25 million. Ajax said they'll give it to him for 35 or 40 million. The club said that's too expensive. We went into the season, we played 2 games, we got destroyed in the first 2 matches. We looked really bad, and the hierarchy at the time shit themselves, and then went and spent a bunch of money and then begged for Anthony. And that's why we ended up paying 90 million for him, because they're just incompetent. So Richard said, the thing is, Eric, for the first 15 minutes, our attack looked good, but our defense was terrible. Well, I mean, yeah, the first 10, 15 minutes of the match, we looked quite decent, but yeah, our defense was bad. But for me, we were just bad all around. Like, I know at some point we ended up getting a lot of chances and stuff like that, and we couldn't score a goal, and the defense wasn't quite good, but the whole game was bad. The whole game was bad after that 10, 15 minutes. I mean, players standing around, not moving, no urgency, like our manager has said. But I mean, we've been saying that for a while now. Sometimes they play with no urgency. They play with a lack of ideas and a lack of understanding. A lot of walking around. The players off the ball, for me, don't do enough either. They don't move. They don't help their teammates try and create space or get open. It was one of the worst performances I've seen. So Elias says Himland is super solid. He can score goals too. And that's what I'm saying. I think he fits that bill a lot more for the type of midfielder that United fans, when you ask United fans out there, if you were to get a midfielder, they kind of try to pick these sorts of, I guess they envision that sort of player in their mind. Because Ugarte is one. And the reason why Ugarte gets so much hate is because Ugarte is basically, more or less, he's just a defensive specialist. He's just like a guy that kind of sits there and tries to get the ball back. And that's where he excels the most. And he lacks in like build up play or creating chances. I mean, even his passing sometimes, 10-yard passes, they aren't quite good. So, this is clearly like not where he excels in. So, and many fans, they take that against him and they say he's the worst midfielder they've ever seen. But I mean, like, if he's playing, because that role demands that he sort of has to make plays in that role. You can't just be somebody that just sits there and defends the whole game and does nothing. So I get that, but for me, he literally can do both sides of the game, and I think he actually fits the bill quite beautifully in terms of what United fans sort of envision if we are to go get a midfielder, and I think he's better than Edison. So, um, yeah. Scott says, I'm sure Real Madrid want him as well. Well, probably. I mean, he is a good player. I don't know about that because I don't really, follow too much Madrid news. And I haven't really seen anything about that. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, these sorts of teams, they're also going to be in the market. And if they're good players or very good players, then there's going to be these sorts of big teams interested in these players. So we're going to have to do our best, which is why I still feel like I think it's best if we do win the Europa League, because obviously there's been some talk about, would it be better if United aren't in Europe and we just focus on the Prem for maybe a season or something like that, and maybe it would benefit us more. But I get that, and I do feel like that obviously does make sense, and I can see why people say that sort of thing and make that sort of argument, and I'm not even against it because part of me feels that way too. But at the same time, then I'm like, yeah, but there's a certain type of player that we're not going to be able to get if we're not in the Champions League, and if we get in the Champions League, we can get these sorts of players. I think like probably if you look at the list in total, the people that have been connected to us so far, if we don't have Champions League football, you can cross out a bunch of them, which isn't necessarily a good thing. So I think there's good and bad on both sides of the thinking of this. But to me, I just feel like I still feel like the better route is to get in the Champions League, get sort of the higher quality players, and maybe be able to fight some of the competition out. Because I mean, Gyökeres may potentially go to Arsenal, but if we're in the Champions League, we have a chance to get Gyökeres. I think if we're not in the Champions League, I think there's no chance. Whether it's money or just because we're not in the Champions League, so from both aspects. So, Lyle says, stupid indeed. Like I say, fell into the trap because he was supposed to be another Virgil van Dijk level signing, and the stupid leadership at the time just fell for it and went with idiots. Richard says the real United would be able to compete in Europe and the league. Well, we should be. We should do so. And rightfully so. I do agree. The thing is, I mean, I guess I don't know. People are maybe looking at Arsenal because it's sort of stabilized them. I mean, they didn't have to worry about European, and their team at the time was quite shit. And the club wasn't, didn't do anything for 20 something odd years. And Arteta came in sort of inexperienced, and it kind of, I guess it made it. I mean, it was a lot less strain for them, even though they finished eighth twice in those seasons, and they should have done better if you're not in European football. But it allowed more training time, and it allowed more understanding, I guess, of there was more focus on the Prem and how to play better in the Prem and how to sort of solidify that. But that's not under any illusions that other than the fact that also that, the hierarchy there at Arsenal did their job. I mean, they removed bad problem players. They removed shit players out of the club, and they got players that fit the characteristics for what Arteta needed for his football to be implemented. So it's both, as it's probably always been. It's both, So no, I still hold the opinion. I'd like to see my team in the Champions League. We should be we should be in the most challenging circumstances. I think that's the best kind of way to persevere and get through out on the other end. I don't necessarily want to take like a lighter or easier route. United should be able to compete in European football and the Premier League just like every other club. And I think what can help with that is obviously player recruitment and getting the correct players in. And then obviously the manager having to sort out and figure out the other stuff that relates to him. So, but there was an update also while we're talking about it on the lap. This came yesterday as well, saying United are believed to be in pole position to sign Liam Delap. The player would be happy to move to Old Trafford. That was followed up by, however, Delap's final decision could be swayed by whether or not they win the Europa League final and qualify for next season's Champions League. So at the current moment, the way I see it, I think Cunha is number one on the sort of the transfer, I don't know, table or whatever you want to call it. I think he's probably the one that's the most likely to happen. I think the lap seems to be a second close right now because he's just keeps being mentioned and the story is not going away and there's strong indications that, you know, he is been made the number one target. So maybe we don't get Gyökeres at all anyway. But there's no denying that we're interested in him. There's no denying that we're going for him. And there's no denying that we're definitely trying to get him. So, you know, what they do with the striker position is also going to be one that's sort of interesting for me as well. Because, for me personally, I don't feel comfortable with Delap being the main guy and sort of doing this Delap and Rasmus thing. It's better than having one striker. I admit that. But my preference is and is always going to stay that I believe that we should be getting an experienced ready-made striker like Gyökeres or an Osimhen, something to that nature. And then if you want the lap, I would go for two strikers. Now, people say we can't go for two strikers, but if we could, that's what I would do because I'm not even against the lap. But if you were to get the lap, my ideal situation would be get Gyökeres, and then sell Rasmus and get the lap if you want the lap. If you don't want the lap, then I would just keep Rasmus as a backup and still get Osimhen or Gyökeres. That's the route that I would choose. That's what I think is probably the better option in that sense. But they seem dead set on Liam Delap. I think it's actually a pretty big gamble, to be quite honest, because I just don't feel so confident about this guy at his age with sort of the lack of experience that I feel like a ready-made striker would bring compared to him. I do think he's a good talent. He can strike the ball. He's scored some very good goals. He's created some goals, as your striker, as you want. He's created them sort of out of nothing and scored them. He scored some bangers for an Ipswich Town that they play some good attacking football, but they've obviously underperformed the entire season. They've gotten relegated, and I think he's done well to score the amount of goals that he's done at a team that's gotten relegated. And somebody's made a joke out there that we're not too far away, so he should be able to do the job. But we all know Manchester United, and we know the pressure and the eyes and that are on it, and the scrutiny that comes along with it. And we've seen this club, just eat people alive when they've come here. So I'm worried about that aspect. Because also, at the same time, I'm also still worried about Rasmus. I mean, I don't know. Rasmus can learn from the lap, considering they're the same age. I guess he can still. I mean, if, the lap is better than him in some things, I mean, technically he can still learn off of him. But the scenario that I kind of run through my head a little bit is, well, if the lap comes and he's the striker and that's it, and then we keep Rasmus, and those are the two guys that we have. If the lap struggles and Rasmus doesn't have a good season, then we just have two struggling sort of young strikers. And then it's well, now we got to start playing around up top, and maybe we got to put Cunha there and take Cunha out of the 10. And stuff like that, or maybe we throw Xerxes up there. But I just feel like if you go and get Gyökeres or you get Osimhen, like that's just like it's not, that's the striker. Like they're not gonna be moved from that position. And they're less likely, in my opinion, to struggle. When you compare him to somebody like Delap or Rasmus for that fact. So, Richard says Cunha would score goals and provide service. He will. He will. He's a good player. We actually have an update on Cunha as well. But before we get to Cunha, apparently United are keeping an eye on Callum Hudson-Odoi situation in Nottingham Forest. So, that's come from Sky Sports. And yeah, I don't know. There wasn't a lot tagged onto here, but apparently he's been linked with us as well. So we'll see if there's anything in it in the next coming days, or weeks, if there's any updates that follow this sort of thing. But to Cunha, we go. Fabrizio said this. I don't know if this was earlier today. Said United discussing details of an agreement with Cunha and then ready to meet Wolves to find a solution on the payment structure. Club remained in positive talks. Again, I think Cunha is probably, at this point, it's probably like 80% guaranteed, in my opinion. I think we'll be getting him, and I think he'll be the first player to come, and I think he'll be the first signing of our window. I'm not worried about any other noise at this point. I do truly believe we are in pole position. I think we are the favorites, and barring something happening basically from our end, because Cunha wants to join us. Cunha has no problem if we're in Europa League or I mean, if we're in Champions League or not in Champions League. So, unless something arises from our end where we can't, negotiate with Wolves, or we can't come to some sort of agreement, I think this deal will be done. And I don't think he's going to end up going to like Arsenal or something like that, because there was a little bit of murmurs last time saying that Arsenal were thinking about going in for Cunha. Even if they did, I'm not worried about it. I think he wants to come to Manchester United more than anywhere else. Otherwise, I don't think he would have entertained us the way it's gone so far. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good signing. Premier League proven. He's got good experience, already playing in the position and in the formation that we're going to bring him into play. Obviously, Wolves is Wolves and United is United, so there's always that difference. But I think it's a good aspect to put in the squad. I think the going for the Premier League players this season, I think, is going to play an important part for next season. Because if we get a couple of them, like if we get 3 of them, I think it just makes the squad a little bit stronger in terms of physicality and meeting the pace of the Premier League. Because some of these players that we were getting from outside, there's more of an adjustment period for them, and maybe sometimes they lack some qualities as well, because they were playing football in other places, or they developed playing football in other places. You have to have certain characteristics to be able to actually compete in the Premier League. So players like Cunha or Semenyo or Buemo, things like that. I mean, they've been doing it week in, week out. They're accustomed to it. They have the strength. They have the pace. They have the understanding of the league, of the game, of the team. So I think that is a huge aspect, actually. So Richard says, I think Cunha will be at Old Trafford next season. I should have saved my money. Yeah, maybe you should have just saved it for next season at this point, But, it's over with now. Nothing you could really do about it. But this all ties in to basically these couple next updates, which is Samuel Luckhurst. I know he's not everybody's favorite, but sometimes he does put out some news that, is credible or good, that some other people haven't put out. So Samuel Luckhurst came and gave us this update saying United want to 4 key signings this summer. The club are confident in bolstering their front line without the needs for sales. And this is something that is quite interesting, because I've been arguing and I've been saying that I want United to get 5 signings for Ruben Amorim. I think 5 signings will be fantastic. I think 5 signings can make a big difference for Ruben Amorim and for next season and for the squad as a whole. Now, he says 4 key signings. And I was thinking about that, because I'm like, well, I'm saying 5 signings. 4 signings if they're key signings, the fifth one, maybe not so much of a key signing. But I think then I started thinking, well, I'm like, well, if we get 4 key signings, we could actually maybe, if we have the money for it, like if we get some sales and if we are in the Champions League and we have more money, well, maybe we could actually do more than 5. Maybe we could do 6 or 7. Maybe 4 are key signings and big signings. And then the other 2 or 3 will be still decently good, but maybe not on like a major scale, but good value and good quality added to the squad as well. So and also that's of importance too, because if we are in the Champions League, we will have to have a 25-man squad because we're going to be playing more matches. So we need a bigger and larger squad. So there will be more spaces and positions available. Where if we're not in the Champions League, and which means we're not in Europe at all, we actually have to downsize the squad because having a 25-man squad when you're not in Europe literally doesn't work. I don't even know if you can have that by per law. I don't know if we're even forced into that, but that's just something that doesn't happen. If you're not involved in Europe, you will have a smaller squad. So yeah, I mean, we got to see. Scott says the thing that scares me about United is that Ruben is the attraction for other players, not United themselves. Yeah, I mean, listen, it is a good point. I mean, it's some that's sort of sometimes always kind of happened like that. I mean, I'm sure there was probably a bunch of players that maybe they had an inclination to come to United more for Sir Alex Ferguson because he was such a great manager than actually their love for United or respect for United or something like that, even though we were great, so probably went hand in hand. But you know, I think I don't think it's that big of a deal, honestly. I think it's good that we can actually get, maybe some players like Cunha and stuff. But I think we still have a little bit of our name working for us as well at the same time. And the stature of the club. I mean, Cunha specifically, you know, I don't think he's coming here. I don't think it's like his number one factor is Ruben Amorim because Cunha has been sort of thinking about this and coming. I mean, this was mentioned last season. Ruben wasn't even here. Cunha has always kind of wanted to come to United. He sees it as a big club, regardless of the state that we're in. So I think it kind of has a little bit of balance in there. I think it goes a little bit both ways, but I could also see it as a positive that players want to come for Ruben, depending on certain players and the quality of players, because maybe we wouldn't be able to get those players. It could have a negative effect as well, because if he's not here after a certain point, and we have these players, then maybe those players no longer want to be here, or maybe they don't perform quite well, or something like that. So I think there's probably a couple different ways you can think and look at it. So Lyle says striker 10, center mid, and right wing back. Optional, another center back and a goalkeeper. That's a total of 5 to 6 signings. Yeah, something like that I think that would probably be the most ideal transfer window we could probably have at this current point in time. And if we can, I would like them to do it. I understand we might have some limitations, but if we can figure out how to do that and complete that in terms of striker 10, center mid, a right wing back, and a center back and a goalkeeper, I think you can't do. That's literally that's probably, and obviously it depends on the signings, but just in terms of acquiring for the positions, that's 10 out of 10. So I mean, we got to see. There's still a lot of implications and things. So Edward says, hi, Eric. Thing is, if we win Europa League and qualify for the UCL, then we can get bigger players in the summer. Yep. And that's, I kind of mentioned that. And that's one of the things, there's good and bad on probably all things that you can kind of think of. I mean, if you feel like United should do a season outside of Europe and you list because of X amount of positives, but at the same time, then it's like, well, there's also negatives that go with that. And then, the other argument you can make, and which would be a positive, obviously we have more money and we can get bigger players in the summer, which are the positives. The negative is, is it going to hurt us? Is it still going to be too much, regardless if we get the bigger players or more players in. So, it can go both ways. I think there's valid arguments on both sides. Again, my personal thing is I would like to see United in the Champions League. I think it does more good than harm. While I understand that in our current situation, maybe it is difficult, even though it shouldn't be, and I don't really accept that, but I understand it. Um, I just think it's better for the club. I think in terms of the more, I guess, I don't know if you call them superficial, but just spirit and kind of a feeling. United back in the Champions League. It's a big competition. All the players want to be in that competition. They'll feel more, at least you would hope, feel more geared up, feel like there's more importance on the season, um, all around, being involved in many competitions, providing more opportunities for the players to play matches and get more minutes for players, because you'll have to rotate. So that means that maybe some of the younger players can get games in some matches that are a little bit less significant than important Premier League matches and Champions League matches, and maybe they can play in some of the cup games more, because if we're in Prem and we're in Champions League, maybe you focus a little bit less on the FA Cup and definitely more or less on the Carabao Cup, even though obviously you still want to compete and fight in those things as well. But yeah, it just changes the whole dynamic. So I think it's still sort of a positive. So Richard says the caveat to all this is that Ruben has to find a way to win games next season, no matter who we sign, and that is the ultimate, truth. And he does. I mean, he's said it, but he doesn't have to say it. I think everybody knows it, and everybody sort of feels it. Whether you're Amorim out or you're, Amorim needs more time and needs more players. That sort of circumstance doesn't really matter, to be quite honest. It's about you just know that it can't replicate, and we talked about this earlier, but it can't replicate anything. Next season cannot replicate anything like this season. It's just not something that can happen. He knows that as well. So he is fighting for it, and I hope he figures it out. And that's what I said earlier. My thing, again, like I said for Eric Ten Hag, and if I could, if he was in front of me, I would have said it directly to him. And same thing goes for Ruben. I hope you give yourself the best possible chance you can give yourself to succeed. And I hope you get the things right to give yourself more time. Whatever you can control, that's sort of in your hands, that you sort of have a direct impact on. I hope he gets those things right, because it'll give him more time, and it allow him to continue to working. If like, again, if next season starts, if we're in preseason and the preseason looks shit, and we go and we play like the first 2 or 3 matches and we look absolutely shit, and we look like we didn't have a preseason, and we look far off, even like whoever we play, even if it's like a smaller team, not even being compared to the bigger teams, but even if we look far off the paces compared to like Palace or West Ham or Bournemouth or whatever, that's gonna have me really worried, because that means that it's not looking great, and that's not the start that I want to see from him. He's under a lot of pressure, and he needs to get things right from the very beginning. So Richard says, well, I'm certainly Amorim needs more time and players, but we all know how the story goes if the results go against it. Exactly. And it's fair. I mean, I don't think it's unfair. At the end of the day, we've always said this, you got to perform. And that goes for everybody, whether it's the manager, the players, or the hierarchy. I mean, you got to get shit done. You got to get shit done, and you got to get points, and you got to get wins, and you got to get results. So, the only thing that like I'm positive about is that he says these same things. He's quite aware of that. I mean, he's not and he's not dancing around it either. I mean, he's addressed this and he said these same things. He's not dancing around it and tiptoeing around it. He's hit him head on, and he's made it quite clear that he understands this, and he knows that this is. I mean, at the end of the day, this is football. You got to get results. You got to get performances. And sometimes it's a lot of the times it's regardless of the circumstances that you're faced with. Like, all the problems at United, is it his fault? No. Um, he's just got here 6 months. I mean, there's things that he's had a hand in that, you could argue that it's his responsibility to do better or fix, and fair enough. But I mean, it's not like, again, it's not like he walked into United and took United from third place to 16th in 6 months. We've been not so good for quite a long time. And even last season wasn't a great season, barring the injuries. It still wasn't a good season. So, but these other updates. A new midfielder is among United's priority targets, which is why we talked about Ederson and Himlin before. With Ericsson due to be released and Casemiro's future still uncertain. That's from Samuel Luckhurst. I don't think he's one that likes Casemiro particularly. I think he's written some bad stuff about Casemiro in the past. So I kind of feel like Casemiro. I mean, I could be wrong. We could be surprised. I feel like at this point, I feel like Casemiro is probably not going to go anywhere. And Casemiro is going to be here for at least next season. That's how it feels like. I think some people may have changed their opinions as well. I would still probably look to move him on if we can, to be quite honest. Because I think the circumstances surrounding it, he's still on a very high wage. He has been good. And he has been important, especially in the Europa League matches. He's been very impactful, very important. The experience shows and stuff like that, and I get that. But I just think in terms of, because what next year I believe is his contract runs out or something like that, right? So we're just gonna let him end up going for free. And if we have the chance to get some money for a player at his age, and get the 350,000 off of the books as well, I think that's just the better route and better decision. It's nothing personal towards him. At the same time, I could also say, I think he has good qualities in terms of the experience he has and the leadership he sort of shows, and it could be good for that sort of aspect to have in the team, and I get that. But if there was an opportunity to get some money out of him this summer and just add a little bit more to the rebuild, I would probably choose to go down that route anyway, because that's where I originally started off with. So, yeah. Now, here's one. Unfortunately, Lyons isn't here, which I was hoping he was going to be here for this update, because this is a guy that he's been talking about for months now, and been advocating that he wants to come to Manchester United. And we didn't really have any updates surrounding this guy, but we did get one today. And that is Manchester United are among the clubs interested in signing João Garcia. Arsenal are currently pushing to land his signature. This is the goalkeeper that Lions and a couple other of you have been asking. If we are to get a goalkeeper, we should get João Garcia. And, I haven't watched him, so I don't really know too much about him. But you guys swear that he would be a really good signing and a good replacement for the number one position. And we've been linked with him. I believe this is a Spanish source, so I don't know. But, it says Arsenal are currently pushing to land the signature. I immediately thought, well, what the hell? You already have Raya. Why you want this guy? And you're just going to make him number two. Which is like, hey, F off. We still kind of need a number one. So, but then also at the same time, I was thinking, well, if it's true that Arsenal are in for it, I mean, they could just be using our names as well, because that's always a possibility with Manchester United, especially if other clubs are in for a player. So it could be coming from his agent, trying to push through a deal, trying to draw up some interest, especially if it's coming from a Spanish source. Could get his agent could leak it, or give some news to some Spanish source, and put that out there. So I don't know. We'll see if anything really develops over this. I think there's still question marks over Onana, because I know for a fact we're definitely going to go for a goalkeeper of some sort of level, whether that's a number two or a number one. I believe at this moment in time, with the way it looks, that I feel like we're probably not going to get rid of Onana, but we are going to get a number two that is really going to push him. And when I mean push him, I mean like if Onana has disaster next season to a point where everybody's like he needs to be dropped, the number two has to be the level that the number two comes in, takes the first position spot, and then doesn't get removed. That's how good the number two has to be. The number two basically has to be almost a number one, kind of just waiting to take over. And if he's given an opportunity and performs well, then he can take over. I think at the current moment, um, I don't think Binder is that guy. I don't think Binder can be the number one, which is why Onana has kind of kept the spot as well. So Edward Jr. says Xerxes to Inter Milan swap deal rumor. Well, I didn't see it, but I don't think that's going to happen because I think Xerxes is going to stay. Now, I think earlier in the season, I think it looked that way, but I think actually he's turned it around. I think he actually feels quite better about himself being at United. And I think the fans have warmed up to him too. So, I mean, it could still happen, but I think it's just very less likely. I will check the internet though in a second. But let me just kind of go through the rest of these updates, I guess. And apparently Chelsea remained admirers of Alejandro Garnacho. So they're looking to sign a winger. Apparently, they're still interested in Garnacho. They never made an offer for Garnacho, but maybe the summer holds that they do come and make an offer at some point. So we'll see how that goes. Again, I think with Garnacho, it kind of feels a bit 50-50-ish to me. He might stay. They might sell him. I think maybe it depends on the offers that are given and what we could do with that money and what they're kind of planning. Because if they get rid of Garnacho and we get Cunha, maybe they will go and get somebody like Semenyo or Mbuemo or something like that and replace them with that. But also at the same time, I think we have to remember, we had players like Rashford and Anthony, and even Sancho, and we're getting rid of all three of those. We actually technically have to replace them as well in one way or another. Yeah, I mean, those are three players that we haven't necessarily replaced their spot or position, or body in the team. So, I mean, we do have a little bit of some holes to fix up and fill as well, because we are still a bit light in some areas. Because, I mean, those players technically should be here, and if they're not here, that means we got rid of them. But there should have been players coming in to pick up the void, I guess, kind of left by them. So, says Chelsea wants to add to their 67 wingers. Nice. Yeah, apparently they're just not happy. Seems like they just don't make wingers like they used to. Apparently, I guess that's what Chelsea is trying to tell the people of the football world, because they have 67 wingers and they're still looking to add another winger. Apparently, the game is just not producing wingers the way they used to. At least not to what Chelsea wants. So. They're just going for as many wingers till they find the guy, I guess. I don't know. Edward Jr. says if Garnacho stays, he must improve his 10. Well, I think that is probably the only way forward for him. Again, I don't see him being able to play wingback in the way that Amorim demands the wingback to play. Like, yes, he's used wingers there, but when I look at Ahmad and the way Ahmad plays wingback, and I look at the way Garnacho plays the game, I just come to the conclusion that Ahmad plays what Amorim wants a winger to play the wingback, but Garnacho doesn't have that in his game, and I don't think it suits his style either. And actually, on a personal level, I actually think Garnacho is probably quite unwilling to do that. I think Garnacho's had a hard time transitioning to 10, and it's been uncomfortable for him because he wants to be an inside forward coming off of the wing, and I think that was hard enough for him at that point. I think if Ruben went to him and told him, I'm going to make you wing back, I don't think he'll be I don't think he'll be real happy for that. I actually think it might even push him to the point where he might ask to leave because he doesn't necessarily want to play that position and it doesn't fit with him and for his sort of stuff. So Steph has joined us. and said injury boost to low and Euro, big up Eric, and experienced ones. But we're going to get to that in literally just now, actually. So you came in perfect timing, Steph. Glad you could join us. And Chad's here as well and says, stay for what? What is his realistic price, though? Well, for me, I mean, let's put it this way. If there wasn't talk about him, if Manchester United was saying we absolutely don't want to sell Alejandro Garnacho and we believe he's a fantastic player, and somebody was really wanted to buy him, I would force them to pay 80 million. Now I think in terms of his age, how young he is, and in more reality, I guess, the way he's performed, and for potential 50, 60 million, easy. Because I think I try to do this. It's one thing, we're United fans, and you might hold a certain opinion of him, right? And that's fine. That doesn't really matter. But the point that I'm trying to say is, if Alejandro Garnacho was at another club, not Manchester United, somewhere else for his age, and teams were interested in buying him, that club would sell him for probably 50, 60, 70 million. And they would argue so because, well, it depends what club they're at, but they would argue for numerous amounts of reasons. Young guy, potential. He's got some goals. He's got some experience already as a young player. And if it's a Premier League club, they'll put Premier League tax on it as well. So, we shouldn't be giving him away for nothing. 80 million based on what? How much did Newcastle pay for Isaac? Well, Newcastle paid 64 million, I believe it was pounds, for Isaac. But again, I'm telling you, there's indicating factors here. Like, he plays in the Prem, he plays for Manchester United. For me, that should raise that should raise the value right off the bat. He's a young guy and he's got potential to become a very good player. Now, it could go either way. With potential doesn't mean that it's always going to happen. He could just be a very average player or below average player by the time he's 24, 25, whatever it is. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. When you look at sort of different players throughout the Premier League, there's players like Dibbling, for example, who has less goals assists than him and has less experience than him in terms of the Premier League and playing like European matches and stuff like that. And they want, or, they were trying to get 100 million, 80 million, or whatever it was for him. Obviously, they were never going to get that, but they were trying to price that. So these sorts of things happen in the football world. I mean, they factor in all types of shit. And at the very least, we should be doing it. I don't think we should be undercutting ourselves, whether we want Garnacho or not. At the end of the day, whether they make the decision or not, we shouldn't be undercutting this. We should be trying to get the most money possible. Actually, we should be trying to sell them the dream as most as possible. Anyway, whether we believe it or not, regardless. So, it doesn't really matter. Richard says at 60 million, I'm selling him. He did nothing for Argentina to prove what you are saying. Chad says less quality next to him as well. Steph says, I just wasted 90 minutes watching a film called Viking Wolf on Netflix. Thought it might be something to do with Rasmus being hungry for Europa final goals, wishful thinking. Imagine you clicked on that and Rasmus was in it. And he was doing the gladiator thing, wearing a Viking hat. And he was doing this. And he takes the sword and he just goes, Europa League, I'm coming for you. And then charges into battle. That would have been spectacular. What about our loan players? What do you mean? Like the players that are on loan right now, like Rashford and Sancho and such like that? Or what do you mean by loan players? No, but listen, what I'm saying is he's a young guy, plays on Manchester United, has a decent goals assist record. It's not horrible. It's not exceptional, but it's not horrible. And he plays for Manchester United. So we should be able to do what every other football club does. You don't have to like him. I'm not saying you have to rate him, but why should we devalue somebody to get less money just because we don't necessarily like him or don't necessarily rate him. We should be trying to get the most money for players, especially somebody like him, especially if we're going to sell him to a Premier League club as well. There should be a Premier League tax on it for sure, because if it was us doing it the other way around, they're going to hit us with the Premier League tax. They're going to raise the fee. They're going to make it more difficult. So the players we loan out. Well, I mean, Rashford is going to be sold, and Anthony is going to be sold, and Sancho is going to be sold one way or another. They will be sold. So I don't even know who else is on loan. I know we got some young players on loan, but I don't even know where they are or what they're doing. To be quite honest. So, but yeah, we shouldn't be, as a club, as a football club, I'm talking about. We shouldn't devalue this guy. Like, if they do go to sell him, that's their decision. But they should be trying to get the most money for this guy. And especially depends where he's going to go and to who we're selling him to. If it's to Chelsea, I would like to take as much money from Chelsea as possible. Because if it was the other way around, Chelsea would do the same thing to us. So why wouldn't we do it? Whether he fits into our plans or not. So we'll see what happens. Again, I think it's 50-50. It kind of feels that way. It doesn't seem like they're 100% set on keeping him. They're not 100% set on selling him either. I think it maybe depends on what offers they receive and what is the offer, or what kind of money they can get for him. So Shaw is on loan. Shaw is alone in training. Richard says, well, I think we should go after a new number 1 and have Vitek as number 2. Yeah, well, I mean, I think we should be looking at a new goalkeeper as well, because I don't think Onana can really do the job. It's been 2 seasons. We've seen what it is. I don't think he's going to necessarily change in any way. And I think we should probably be looking for probably another goalkeeper. I think Ineos have to correct, unfortunately, because it's not their mistake, but I think they have to correct once again. They have to go and try and correct the mistakes of the previous regime that was in charge of the football decisions, because I think, again, those guys didn't really get much right, if anything at all right. They basically got almost everything wrong, and he seems to be another one that they got wrong. You know what I mean? And it just doesn't seem to be good. So we're gonna have to sort that out. So I mean, we'll see. I think we are in for a goalkeeper. I just don't know how that's going to play out. I don't know if they're going to get a goalkeeper that is like 100% number 1, and then maybe just try and remove Onana. Maybe nobody wants Onana. Maybe the money that they offered to United for Onana isn't something that United are willing to take. I certainly feel like at this current moment in time, the fact that we're giving Heaton a 1-year contract extension, he's obviously going to stay as third goalkeeper. I know people want Vitek, but as things currently stand, there's no mention of Vitek. It doesn't seem like there's any plans of Vitek coming in to be 2 or 1 or anything like that. So he'll probably get sent out on loan again. And maybe that's the plan that they have for him. So I feel like I think Bienda will go. In my opinion, I feel like Bienda probably wants to leave, but also I think we should move Bienda on, and we should create a situation at United like Arteta did at Arsenal, where he bring in Raya. It was a loan because they didn't make it permanent in the beginning, but it was a loan, and obviously the intention was always to make it permanent, from Arteta's point of view, because he believed that it was going to work. But he bring Raya in. Raya was starting matches for Premier League, in the Premier League. It was starting keeper. He bring him in, and he was the backup, and he had Ramsdale. And then as soon as he got the first option to put in Raya and remove Ramsdale, he did it. And Raya is the main goalkeeper, and Ramsdale is no longer there. And it's worked out well for them. And I think we should create a similar situation. We should at the very least, if they say that we can't really do this whole buy a number 1 and sell Onana type of thing, we should be finding a goalkeeper out there that is willing to come, that has the qualities, that if we give him an opportunity to be number one, he can be number one. Doesn't have to be a dead on number one. Like there's some keepers out there that obviously, for example, like if you go get Donnarumma, like Donnarumma isn't gonna, and I'm not saying that we're gonna get Donnarumma, but I'm saying like if you go to get Donnarumma ain't gonna be. You don't sit Donnarumma to be number two to wait for his chance. You know what I mean? But there are goalkeepers out there that have good qualities, that are good goalkeepers that you can bring. That listen, you have an opportunity to take the first place, but we have a starting goalkeeper, and we're gonna give him an opportunity. And if he messes it up, you'll be given a chance, and then you can take it from there. So, Steph says Garnacho's played 50 more United games than Rasmus, and both have only scored 26 United career goals. Both have to do much better if they stay. 100%. 100%. And I think for Rasmus, if it's not this summer transfer window, because I think there's also, question marks about him and really what's going to happen there. I don't think there's really been a strong indication. I think a lot of it comes from the fans. I think fans want him sold. I think some fans want him to stay and be given another season with a little bit of help. But from the club's aspect, I mean, there's been a couple stories that he's been linked with being sold, but nothing like too concrete. So it's a little bit up in the air. I feel like, and he could be sold, but he could also stay. So it'd be interesting. But I think for somebody like that, just playing out the scenario, like if he isn't sold and he does stay, next season is the season. Like next like if he stays for Rasmus, next season is the season. Like he either turns up and saves himself and gets to stay at United, or he doesn't turn up and he gets sold for sure 110% the next window. Or the next summer window. And I feel like maybe Garnacho is sort of similar like that as well. Like, I mean, they could decide not to sell Garnacho this season. They might decide to give Garnacho another season and see how it works, depending on, the feeling and maybe Amorim and stuff like that as well. Because if he stays, it's not like he's going to get a new contract necessarily. At this current moment in time, there's nothing to indicate that. So, they could do something similar where Garnacho gets another season, depending on how he turns up. And then maybe it'll lead, if he does well, maybe they give him a new contract and he stays. If he doesn't, maybe they then do decide to sell him in the next window. So, Edward says, fun fact, Onana used to play as a midfielder when he was young. Well, maybe he should have stayed there. Maybe he should have stayed in midfield. Chad says, shame on those who said Rasmus over Martial. Who said that? Who was saying things like that? Who was saying things like that? See, I don't even understand those people, Chad. I'm going to be quite honest. I don't even understand those people. When we got Rasmus, that was not. It was never even a thought that got into my mind. Why you gotta take Rasmus and start saying, "Wow, he's way better than Martial, or he'll be way better than Martial ever was." Like, Martial was a player. It didn't work out the way we all kind of hoped that it would, because at one point he was a very exciting player, and there was a lot of high hopes for him, and it ended very poorly and very sadly. The fact that he couldn't stay fit and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't even understand that. When those things happen, I really don't get them. I really don't get what people are like thinking in their head when they start making these sorts of claims and stuff. One, I think it's sort of nonsense. Like, it has nothing to do with anything. I mean, Martial's not at the club anymore, and Rasmus is here, and Rasmus is like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, they're not even comparable. They're two different types of players. It's just totally different. Everything is different. So it's like, well, what's the point? And that's what I mean by, like, it's just, it's nonsense in a way. Like, what is the point? And even if Martial was here, still, what is the point? Because at the end of the day, they both play on the same fucking team. um, you know, they still play on the club that you support. So it's like, why do we have to pit the players against each other? You can prefer a player, but I see these people that make these weird sort of things, especially online, where they start getting into wars about like they hate one player because the player that they like and they think are better that plays in the same position is so much better that they actually hate the other player and want the other player to fail and want the other player to play like shit so their player can play all the games and play good so that they can be like, I don't know, deemed as the kings for backing a certain player. And it's like, you do realize that, you know, both players play on the same club, which is the club that you're supposed to be supporting, and you're actually you're supporting one player and you're supporting the failure of another player that plays at your club. Like, I don't understand that sort of shit. I just don't get it. um Steph says goalkeeping position needs two keepers, ideally competing for a starting XI spot, but David De Gea and Henderson failed and caused friction between them and the team. It's a tough decision to satisfy both. It is, but that wasn't handled well either, Steph, because Henderson is. I mean, Henderson is a guy that I don't necessarily hold it against him, but Henderson was making it quite difficult because he was being sort of loudmouth about it and stuff like that, and walking into Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's office and demanding to play matches and stuff like that, and Ollie not really handling the situation correctly because I think he did it out of trying to appease him, and told him to do it, and then told him he was going to do it, and then did it. And I don't think that really works like that. But I mean, listen. Obviously, that's one situation where there was some friction and it didn't go smoothly. But I mean, there's other clubs that have this sort of thing. But especially if you're looking to move, if you're not sure about your first team goalkeeper and you're thinking about moving him on, at the very least, what you can do is just get somebody that can actually take his spot. Because, like, right now, Biende can't take his spot. Like, Biende, I just don't think Biende is good enough all around. He might be better. He might be slightly better than Onana at shot stopping, but I think Biende has his major faults as well. And the biggest one to me is that he can't play out of the back. He's not comfortable with the ball in his feet. So that to me is a big no-no right off the bat. So he can never be number one because we obviously want to play out of the back. We need to play out of the back because that's what the system and the tactics call for. And if you're the goalkeeper and you can't play out of the back, then you can't be the starting goalkeeper. Even if you are a better shot stopper or you're better at positioning, you're still not what we need for the position. So for me, at the very least, I would be looking to get some sort of a number two that's going to put pressure on Onana. And if Onana fails, well, then we take him out. We put in this guy. We go with him. And then next available window, bye-bye Onana, and we sell him to whoever we could sell him out. Alex Roche says, cool out for Spurs. Well, yeah, I was going to get into that in a second, but thank you for that. They also have a couple other injuries as well, so we're going to talk about that actually in a couple of minutes. Chad says, I think it's about what you appreciate about football. It's always a battle between a reserved style versus an expressive play. But that's fine. Like, it's okay to have... what I'm trying to say is, like, it's fine to have like, I have preferences for, players in certain positions and how I want them to play and, what I want to see from my winger or what I want to see from my striker or what I want to see from my center back and stuff like that. And, I kind of have like this profile of like what I deem is like a really good footballer for a certain position. That's fine. I just don't understand when it gets to the point where, for example, like, let's say we have Rasmus and Delap. And Delap is doing good and Rasmus is struggling. Like, people take it so far as to say, like, they just start attacking Rasmus because they like Delap and they love Delap and they keep Delap, like, and they go, like, and when I say attacking Rasmus, like, I'm saying, like, Rasmus is dog shit and blah, 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 and all this crazy stuff. And it's like, but you do realize that, like, they both play on our team. And in actuality, I would like to see both of them play good. And I think there's too many people out there where they they only want to see Delap play good. They don't care about Rasmus at all. Whether you think he's good or not, but it's like, well, actually, I have preferences for players, but I would like to see all the players do good, especially the ones that I doubted. Because there's nothing better for me than watching a player that is doubted heavily by a lot of people, or even myself, and them coming out and performing exceptionally well, and doing good. Because I'm happy because they're performing, and that means we're getting better performances. And that puts a smile on my face. But I think too many people out there, they put their eggs in a lot of one basket, and they can't afford to be wrong in their head because they need to be right. So when they go with one player and they say this sort of thing, then they're like, well, I've put my entire backing behind this, so I need to stick with this because I can't be wrong. I have to be right. Otherwise my credibility is shot. And it's like, well, that's not, I don't know who thinks like that. Like, you're allowed to be wrong. Especially as fans. It's not like we're it's not like we're like a heart surgeon where like the margin for error and being wrong is like there's literally basically none. Like, you can't be wrong because you'll kill somebody. Like, being a football fan and having an opinion about a player or something, like, you can obviously be wrong. I don't understand with this mentality of people having to just like dig the hole as far down as they possibly can because they can't be wrong, and they have to be right. I don't understand where it came from. It really doesn't make sense. It's a sport, and things can happen, and you never know what's going to happen. And I've owned up to it many times. I said a lot of shit about Maguire, and I truly believed. I mean, when they said that he was training 5 times extra a week, I was like, yeah, train 7 days a week. It ain't going to do shit for you. But obviously I was wrong because he's had 2 good seasons from the moment I said that. So, and he improved. So, um, and I'm happy for him. I'm like, dude, I'm glad that happened because actually I hated the fact that he was being so shit. And now actually I could be like, when people still try to make fun of Maguire, I could actually go, well, actually, no, actually he's turned it around. I was like, you're making fun of him for no reason. I was like, you clearly just, you haven't been watching, you haven't been paying attention because actually he's been doing quite well. And he's been doing much better. I know before it was worse, but, now I could actually go and actually say positive things about him, which is what I want to do. Chad says like the Freddie McTominay situation. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, you don't have to like them, you don't have to rate them, but like to pin 2 players against each other when they're on the same team and then go so far into it and be like to the point where like you want to drive the other player out, like you don't even want to see him on the pitch. Like, I don't know, it feels like a certain level of hate. It's just weird. Like it really is just weird. I don't know what it is. Steph says everyone likes to be right, but it is okay to be proved wrong if it benefits our team. Yeah, especially Maguire is always suited to back 3. Yeah, I mean, but last season he played good too, and we didn't play a back 3. And that was probably his best season that he had at his time at United. So, it happens. I'm happy it happens. I don't care. I would say good. It's about time that he gives us some good performances. I was hoping for it from when he came, which I wasn't too sure about the signing in the beginning to begin with, because again, like I was just telling to Chad, my personal preference for center back is not necessarily Maguire. Like, the center back for me has to have some pace, has to be able to keep up with strikers. Maguire doesn't necessarily have that, and he can be sometimes a little bit clumsy or a little bit too slow on the ball. Sometimes he does well. He drives forward with it and he does good. But my preference in the center back, you have to be super strong physically. You have to be willing to challenge for every single ball, and you have to have that quality for me that like Vidic had, where like it doesn't matter how you do it, whether it's an eyeball or an ear or a pinky toe, but you do everything in your power to get a touch on that fucking ball. You do everything in your power to beat the opposition attacking force. That's what I like to see from our center backs. Now, obviously, in the modern game, they need to be good on the ball. They got to be able to pass because we're playing out of the back. They got to be able to dribble. So it can't be just like Rio and Vidic because they were more traditional center backs. The center back position is now one that you have to be kind of like a sweeper center back in that sort of sense. So, Chad says, I don't think Maguire has been doing well. Lots of times he's effed it up this season and gotten slower. Well, he's going to get slower because he's getting older. So there's nothing about that. And he's going to get no, but I think Maguire's been important, and I think he's had a big impact. Listen, is he gonna have 10 out of 10 matches every match? No, I mean no footballer is really gonna do that. And has he messed up some things? I mean, the last match he played, it was it wasn't good at all from him. But I think overall, when I look at this season and I look at last season, I can generally say overall for throughout the whole season, he's done more good than bad. I'm not saying he's like been a 10 out of 10, but yeah, the most important part is that he's doing more good than bad. Whereas prior to that, he was doing a lot bad and like almost basically zero good in any way. So, good and United qualities, two different things. Maguire, like all our players, needed to start hitting target with his case headers. He's doing that now. Yeah. He made very bad heading error this season. Just saying, for those who say he clears well, you're already better than him, and he is a kid. Well, we do have some injury updates, so let's get to that real quick. There's an update about Xerxes. Obviously, he's been injured for a few weeks now, months or whatever, however long it's been. So this update that we got is that Joshua Xerxes is working super hard to make the Europa League final, doing light intensity training on the grass, but a return before the end of the season is deemed unlikely. The plan was a return for preseason. So it seems like Xerxes isn't actually. I mean, there was some talk, they said this here, but there was some talk that Xerxes, when he first got injured, there was a hope that he was going to make it back for the final. And that was his goal. Now, apparently, the goalpost has shifted because it seems like that it is unlikely that he's going to return, and that apparently the plan was a return for preseason. But somebody remind me, what was his injury? Was it his hamstring? I feel like, I mean, listen, at this point, considering that the final is next week, if he's doing a light intensity training on grass, he's not going to be able to make it back because it's about a week from now. And if you're doing light intensity training, it was his hamstring. I felt like he probably maybe, well, I guess it depends on the severity, but I feel like for the time that he's been out, I feel like there probably was at least wishful thinking that he would be able to make it back. But maybe the hamstring injury was more severe than they initially thought. So yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, if you're doing light intensity training on the grass at this point with 1 week left, he's not going to make it back. So he is going to be out. But Delo, another one who we've been saying hopefully can be fit for the final. Diego Delo has just completed an individual training session at Carrington as he continues his push to be involved in the Europa League final. I think he's in a race against time. He's obviously one that I think could probably be. I think he's cutting it close, but he is one that is in the conversation, and hopefully, he is available because I'll take any of these players. I don't care, whatever. If they're good, bad. If you think that they should be sold or not, I'll take all of them. Whoever can make it back, I'll take all of them. So, I mean, he's doing individual training sessions, which is a good sign at the very least. And the hope, I guess, can you get him by at least next week doing at least a little bit of team training? Because if he can participate in team training, then he should be able to be available for the match in some capacity. Now, I think, again, we should keep in mind that, if Delo does make it, I wouldn't even expect him to start, but he can play some sort of a role in the match at some point, but I don't expect him to start. So, Xerxes injured his trigger finger on his gunslinging celebration. Yeah, that's why Kobe had to take it over for him last time. Steph says Leach returned just in time for last year's cup final versus City. He did. So hopefully Delo can come back in here. I know Ruben gave an update about it as well. But he also gave an update about this. And he said, Delit, Aiden, and Euro. He said, I don't know if they are going to be available. We are going to try and push because it is the final matches and there is a final. All the players want to play in that really bad. I don't think they will go to Chelsea, but we will have a possibility to have some of them in the final. And I think that's probably not too bad of an update with a little bit of positivity sprinkled in there. I at this point, obviously, not available for Chelsea on Friday. You know what? So be it. But listen, the fact that there's a possibility to have some of them in the final, I think for me, I think Euro will make it because the indications have been that Euro's injury isn't as bad as maybe some thought that it was going to be, and it's not as serious as maybe they thought it might have been, which is a good indication. He also did, I think he did some individual training today while the team was doing team training, and then he went inside to the gym and did some personal training himself in there. So I do think maybe Euro can make it. I don't know what really is the situation with Delit and Aiden. I mean, Aiden's been out for quite a bit. I feel like if I was to make a guess, I feel like Delit maybe won't make it back, but maybe Aiden will, just because Aiden has been out for longer and has been on the road to recovery. And I feel like considering Delit had an injury and then got another injury, only like 2 days coming back from the injury, I feel like he might not make it. I mean, it would be fantastic if all three of them can make it. That would be the best possible scenario. So let's see what happens. I think at the very least, one out of those three, I think will definitely make it back, which is going to be good for us. Because the more options we have available, the better. Delo might be bench at best. Yeah, I think Delo will probably be bench at best. Unless, I mean, and like you say, Steph, match fitness is different from just being declared fit, and that's the thing. And I mean, listen, if he's fit, like if he's declared fit, like no problems and no sort of minute management or something like that, then maybe Delo gets a start. But I probably feel like Delo, if he is going to make the squad at the current rate he's going in, he'll be part on the bench and will be available maybe for 30 minutes or something like that, or 20 minutes. But I don't see how he, I don't think we should take unnecessary risks with these players either, just because it's sort of like the second to last game of the season or anything like that. We want them available for preseason. It's only about a month difference. So you don't want to sustain any injuries anyway, because from the end of this to like about 4 to 6 weeks, I know we're going somewhere at the end of June, but at the end of May, but 4 to 6 weeks, we actually do the real part of the preseason, and you want them available for that. So, but another little piece of good news is that Toby Collier was back in training. He participated in the team training, which is good. You can have another option in midfield. He's kind of a big player, and he was doing pretty decently well before he got injured. So again, for me, the biggest thing is the more the merrier. The more we get back, the better. Whether they're gonna, somebody that's a starter or somebody that's on a sub, the more options we have, the better for us. And obviously that goes hand in hand because Spurs, as somebody mentioned earlier, that Kulusevski sustained an injury. Well, this piece came out from Samuel Luckhurst saying that Kulusevski could miss the Europa League final against United. Madison and Bergvall already out. Well, after that, it was confirmed that Kulusevski did have surgery. I forgot on what, but he's had surgery, so he's definitely out. Madison is definitely out, and Bergvall are definitely out. Those are three big players for Tottenham. Three massive players for Tottenham. So they're down three of their biggest players. So this could play an important factor into the final as well, because it seems like we're getting some of our players back. I mean, Ahmad's back as well, and Mount's staying fit and being part of the team as well. If we can hopefully get Euro sorted. Probably the back line is probably the biggest one. I mean, Maz is obviously going to have to play a big role, but I'd rather have the availability of having Maz in the back and Maguire and Euro than having to play Lindelof. But Maz might have to play right wing back. Although I would go with Ahmad. At this point, with the way things are going, I would move Maz back to center back and play Ahmad right wing back, and go from there. That way, we could at least have Maz and Maguire, and then hopefully we could fill that sort of third spot with Euro or Heaven, if that's even a possibility. But Steph says Lyle said he had knee surgery. Yeah, so he's definitely out. Steph says Collier returns. Great news. He does the basics very well. He does. And I think it's I think he's not a bad option to have as sort of a squad player right now. I think he gives you a little something. Obviously, he still needs to improve his game on different aspects, but I think just having him there as an option is not a bad option. He's a decent option. I like his ability to be sort of a presence and physical, and I think that's an important sort of quality that maybe at times we miss. And it's also just good to have another option in there in that midfield, because there's Casemiro, Ugarte. There's also obviously the switching of Bruno dropping deep, but he adds another sort of different dynamic to that midfield as well, that you can make different changes as well if you need to. Obviously there's Mainu as well. You could drop Mainu in there, or you could put Mainu up top. So it's just better to have these options. And what calls for the game. Maybe we're lacking a little bit of presence, a little bit of physicality in the midfield during the final or something. Maybe you throw in Collier in there, and he makes a difference in that aspect. So, but while we're speaking on Spurs, I just had to bring this in here. I don't know why it's so small, but I'm gonna fix it. Yeah, Gary Neville said this yesterday, and said that he would choose every single player at Tottenham over Manchester United, except for Bruno Fernandes, when doing a Spurs and United combined XI. And when I read this, I felt like they should take Gary Neville and do a doping test, because he's smoking weed, crack, or something. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And not that I hate Gary Neville or anything, but I mean, what are you saying? What are you saying? What has gone through your brain? I understand you're upset at the players and the club for the season they've had, but did you sit down 5 minutes to think this out, Gary, before you said it? Or was it just something that just popped into your brain while you were doing the overlap and you didn't really think it through? Because, I don't know. The first thing that came to mind was, well, hello. I mean, we're both in the Europa League final, and Spurs is one position under us in the league. So how, if we're both literally the same, how can only Bruno Fernandes get into a combined XI versus Spurs? This isn't, we're not saying, United and Arsenal or something, or United and Villa or something, where obviously the point gap is quite large. We're talking about United and Spurs, who literally have essentially basically had the same season. And in fact, we're actually still above them in the league table. I don't know how many points, but we're still above them. Just one spot, but we're both in the Europa League final. So I just don't understand how the entire Spurs squad would take over everybody in the Manchester United squad except for Bruno Fernandes. it doesn't make sense. It's to quote Axe, and this is I think where his words come right into play. It's buffoonery. Like this is buffoonery. This is baboonery from Gary Neville. I mean, what the fuck is he talking about? What is he saying? Steph says Vicario didn't play last game for them. Is he injured or just rested? Always plays well against us. I don't know. I didn't hear that, so maybe they just rested him. I didn't hear anything about Vicario. So I'm not sure, but Steph says Red Nev has turned Lily White Nev. What the fuck? Well, yeah, I mean, it's either he just didn't put too much thought into this. So Neville doesn't rate Ahmad. Madness comment. Yeah, you know what? You know what I kind of feel like it is. I kind of feel like he's so disappointed into the team. And when they were doing this overlap video, obviously the conversation came up. I think it was something that popped into his head, and he didn't really give much thought to it. I think it was probably more of an emotional thing. To be quite honest, I'm going to say this. I think he made this statement purely probably based off of emotions and didn't really logically think this through. Because I think he's probably feels quite disgusted with the team and the players, that he just feels super negative about United. Like internally, he probably is like, we're so shit, and we've been so shit, and the players have, especially over that West Ham game, was a disgrace. So he probably just jumped to it and was like, yeah, we're so shit that, like, he's like, yeah, their team is better than ours. But it's like, bro, when you think about it though, it's like we're literally, Chad says the only team closer to the bottom than us. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, it's not like we're saying United and like a team that's in like the top 5. Like, I can understand if you say that, because like, yeah, you're talking about a team in like 5th place or 4th place compared to a team in 16th. But when you're comparing, when you're doing a combined XI and we're 16th and they're 17th, we're both in the Europa League final, there's no way that 10 of their players and one of our players get into the into the lineup. It literally just doesn't make sense. And I was like, when I saw this, I was like, dude, this guy, I was like, dude, I don't know what I was like, did they drug him on the overlap or whatever? Did they put something in his fucking drink? Is he like hallucinating shit or something? Because I was like, what are you saying? A Gibbs says, does anyone else think Sir Jim is a breath of fresh air? Oh boy, you'd make good friends with Axe Lord. Our club is broken and toxic from head to toe. Everything needs to change, and he's changing everything. I love him. A Gibbs, I tell you right now, you should meet Axelord. You guys would be very good friends. With that statement, you should meet one of our members, Axelord. He would absolutely love that statement you made. And if you can't tell, I'm saying that in a sarcastic way, because he's very anti Sir Jim and very anti Ineos, and he hates them both or all, whatever you want to say. But I will tell you this, Gibbs. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily. Yeah, if you join our Discord, by the way, which I have the link here, you could join in there, and you could chat to Axelord about that, and maybe you can try and convince Axelord into your ways. But I will say this. I don't know if I would use breath of fresh air to describe Sir Jim Ratcliffe. I'm not necessarily against them. I'm not necessarily like Ineos out. I don't agree with everything that they've done, and I'm under no illusions that they've definitely effed up some things along the way, for sure. I do agree with that. We are a broken disgrace, and we need enormous change. Where I sort of draw the line is, you're saying he's bringing it, and you say you love Jim for that, and that's fine. I'm not gonna, take that away from you if that's how you feel. For me personally, though, I will tell you that while there are things that are changing at the football club, I'm just waiting to see the changes implemented and what comes out of these changes. Because just because they implement changes doesn't mean that it's going to be the best for United or it's going to work well. And they still have a lot more decisions to make as we go along. So they can really F some things up along the way. Just because they're making changes doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be good for the football club. I think many people are not happy with the cuts and even the sacking of people. I have sort of a mixed feelings on this sort of stuff. But I try to give them, again, like everybody else, I think they need time. And I think time is probably the best tool for everything. That's why they say time will tell. And I think it's time will tell for Ineos of whether they should be loved or they should be hated. I think a lot of people kind of jump to, I think a lot of people just, they jump to one spot like red or green. And There's nothing against you, Gibbs. If you want to do that, that's fine. But I don't necessarily operate in that way. I jump more towards wherever yellow is, because life and things can always go in different directions, and things can happen along the way, which will have an impact on outcomes. So, listen, they are making changes. I've said this before. I've agreed with it. I think at the current moment in time, with our situation, it is the best possible opportunity that we have for something good to happen. Because I think the way things were going under the Glazers and the way the Glazers were hiring people and the people that they were hiring and the people they had in charge, I think continuing that way was literally impossible, and it's done quite numerous amounts of damage. I think there is a hope with Ineos. But Ineos and Sir Jim still have to do well, one, they have a lot of things that they got to fix, but two, they also have to get these things correct, and they got to do the correct things and make the correct decisions along the way. So it's still yet to be seen. I think they are changing things, but Richard said that Sir Jim is a rat. It's quite divided. It's quite divided. It's not just here, it's divided all over the place, no matter where you look. So Chad says, I don't think Ahmad is better than Lucas Vasquez, and I love Ahmad. Yeah, I think Ahmad's pretty good. I don't know about Lucas Vasquez, but Gibbs says, no way do I want to carry on a pre-Ineos failure, the biggest disgrace in the world of football. No thanks. Jim's ruthlessness is needed. Well, I do agree that, again, that hierarchy that we had in place before them, I mean, there are some positives. I think the people that we have in charge, like Wilcox and Barada, and now we have Vivel and stuff like that, I think that's a big positive change compared to what we had previously. And I agree with that. I don't want to continue with what we had, because what we had was broken and destroyed. But that doesn't mean that the things that Ineos are doing is going to be... You ever have that saying, you ever hear the saying that the grass isn't always greener on the other side? Just because it was shit over there doesn't mean that it's not going to be shit over here with Ineos. And that's kind of what I'm trying to say. So I understand where you're coming from. But for me, I just, again, I'm this type of person. The proof has to be a little bit more in the pudding. It's a little bit too early, because they're doing some things that I don't necessarily agree with. They're doing things that I do agree with and that I do like. But it's more about everything that they're doing at the current moment in time. What sort of actual effect and impact does it have at Manchester United? And was it a decision, one that actually turned out to be positive and had a good impact on the club and improved things? Or was it one that was negative and, was bad for the club and actually hurt the club in different aspects? So, the massive player salaries. Steph says, I wouldn't want to kiss. I wouldn't want the kiss of life from Sir Jim Ratcliffe, mainly because his breath may not be fresh. Well, you would hope. If you're worth 17.4 billion, your breath better be fresh. It's the very least you could. If you got $17.4 billion, Uh, at the very least, you better have some fresh breath. I mean, come on. Even if you got to pay somebody to make your breath fresh, you know. Gibbs says the massive players' salaries have F all to do with Jim. The crumbling stadium has F all to do with Jim. He's overhauled the salary situation and getting us the world's best stadium. Jim is an ace. I mean, well, obviously, you know, yeah, obviously, but I don't think anybody's putting that on him. Nobody's putting the player salaries on him. And nobody's putting the stadium thing on him either. What people aren't liking is the financial cuts that he's doing for the most part. Um, and also, I think what probably the biggest and the most important factor is managerial hires, but also player recruitment going forward. And this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm saying that it's not. I think anybody that's like throwing a parade for Sajim, I think it's too early. And I think anybody that's um, trying to light the building on fire and burn down and kick out Ineos, I still think it's too early. I think we're actually just right in the middle. There's processes and things being changed at the football club. And I don't think anybody can say if it's the lasting impact in terms of over the next few years, if it's going to be positive or negative. Obviously, some people don't like the rising prices of tickets. That has an impact on them in the immediate. Maybe we get to a place where, 2-3 seasons from now, maybe that gets sorted. Tickets are made more affordable. And we kind of move past that, and everything is much better in that aspect. And then people are actually more happy in that aspect. So, Steph says time also waits for no man or woman, I suppose. Well, that's 100% facts. Emizgin says United, I want Gyökeres, Cunha, Ederson, Mastantuano, Kirkez, Simeone to United is better for next season. I always love when he comes in with these. He just slightly always changes it. Just slightly always changes it. He's throwing in Mastantuano in there. Still got Kirkez. Still has Edison, still Cunha, and still Gyökeres. He's thrown Simeone in there, though. That's a new one. He didn't have that in there last time. Well, I have some bad news for you, Temesgin. There's been some talk that Kirkez may potentially be going to Liverpool. So, maybe that happens. Richard says congratulations to Avram and Joel on their 20-year anniversary. Yeah. I know that it's been 20 years. I mentioned that the other day on the other show. You weren't here for that, Richard. I was like, yeah, we were talking about it. I was like, we're not celebrating it, but, it has been 20 years. So, or transfers, nothing to do with Jim. Now he's got his proper recruitment setup. No data analysts, nothing to do with Jim. Now he's got his that massive transfer fees, not his fault. Now it's stopped. Well, again, I do agree with that sort of stuff. Like there are these changes, but what they have to implement after stop doing that and continuing forward, still yet to be seen if they do a good job. Just because they stop that stuff, it doesn't stop there, Gibbs. I will argue that their job is to then, when you do go get players, in terms of poor transfers, they've only had 1.5 transfer windows. This window's coming up. I think this is going to be a big indicating factor for them on what they do in this transfer window. Many people are unhappy with sort of the situation that they did with keeping Ten Hag. People wanted Ten Hag sacked. They went against that. They kept Ten Hag. Then they sacked Ten Hag in November, and they bring in Amorim. And people are unhappy with that because of the way things have gone, and they don't like that they did this. So again, not everything that they've done is excellent or has gone well in their aspect for their perception publicly. But you say poor transfers has nothing to do with Jim. Yeah, I mean from the previous era, and so far they started off on a good foot. Let's see what they do. They still have to get things right. They still got this summer window. They got another window after that. They still got to get those things right. If they fuck up and they do bad transfers, then they're going to get blamed for bad transfers. How can you not like him? Unfortunately, it just takes time, which most fans don't want to have. I mean, it's not that I don't, I'm not one that goes either way. I don't necessarily like him. I don't dislike him either. All I ask for is to do a good job, and I'll be judging as we go along. That's all it is. I didn't I'm always fully transparent. I didn't want his bid. I was highly against him in the beginning because I thought it was the wrong option and I thought it was a bad choice. I wanted the Qatar bid because the Qatar bid was the one that removes all the debt from the football club with immediate effect. So I was in that camp. And initially I was super against Sir Jim because I felt like he destroyed that opportunity. But once it became quite clear that the Glazers were never actually going to sell and they used Qatar, for the most part, unless they got a ridiculous offer that 99% chance Qatar was never going to offer that money because they were already overpaying as it was. Um, yeah, I give him his chance. I'm still sort of just, kind of observing. I like to put it. I'm kind of just watching and seeing how things go. Um, and I try to be fair and even balanced about it. Again, I've given them a lot of sort of praise for the transfers. I think they're doing a good job on transfers, and even the scouting of the players and sort of stuff like that. But I want to see what happens now going forward. Like this summer is going to be really important on what kind of players we get, what kind of deals we do. Not just for the team and the squad, but it's going to be important for Ineos as well because if they do a good job, they'll get praise for it, and they'll get more love. If they fuck it up and they do a bad job and they get players that aren't so good, then it's going to have a negative impact on them and they're going to get more hate. So Steph says Ineos toothpaste incoming. Yeah, that probably wouldn't be good for you. Gibbs says all the redundancies of what staff are the biggest disgrace in world football who are clearly crap at their jobs. Good riddance to them. Let's support abject failure. LOL, some dumb Reds. Well, I think, everybody has their opinion on it. Again, I've always stated that, I mean, I don't go as far as to say it like that, but I will say that I think United was quite overbloated in a certain aspect. And I do believe that, unfortunately, regardless of, listen, I don't know, people get quite emotional over that thing. And, people start talking about people losing their jobs and stuff. Like, listen, I'm not my job is not philanthropy. I'm not like a humanitarian person. It's not my job to be doing this sort of thing. The way I look at it is it's just from an aspect of what makes sense to me. And what makes sense to me is if you have a organization, an entity that is performing poorly and is quite bloated and there's no need to have this excessive amount of people because the amount of people that we have is excessive and it's underperforming. It is just common sense to make some cuts and get rid of positions that are not performing well and that you're wasting money on, technically. Like, I get that people are losing their job and they have families and they got they got to put food on the table. I'm not like Cain the Conqueror. I'm not trying to I don't want to see like the world burn or anything, but at the same time, the world is quite unfair and this is just an aspect of the world. So I don't I understand the cuts. I understand why people aren't happy about them, but I do actually lean more towards the fact of as of right now, um, considering our financial situation is so shit, that I do understand that they do make sense. And besides, I do think that we've been overbloated for quite some time. I think we've had too many people in too many positions. And that shit needs to be streamlined and shit needs to be more straightforward and it needs to be clearer and easier to make decisions and to communicate. And there's got to be sort of less chefs in the kitchen. I think we've had way too many. I think it was like overcrowded in the kitchen. I'm not saying we don't need we don't need one person doing like four people's jobs because I think that's not efficient either, but we need to have some sort of a decent level of normalcy. And I don't think we had that. So certain cuts, I mean, I get them and it makes sense because if we're not performing well and we're not operating correctly, well, then there's clearly an issue in what we've got going on there. So, and the penny pinching is sharpening up and consequencing poor performance, which has set like rot for 10 years, carrying on cutting money on crap and continue on for me, Jimbo. Yeah, see, like Seth says, if he moves on unwanted distraction players this summer window, I will warm more to him. And again, that's where I think the biggest points to score for Ineos and for Sir Jim is. You know, this other stuff, people are always going to have different. Listen, there's people like Gibbs that say things like that. There's people like me that kind of sit somewhere in the middle about it. And there's people that are 110% against it. They just don't feel it's very United-ish. They feel like it's against the morals of the club, and that's fine. I never tell anybody how to feel the way they want to feel about Manchester United. But I think, like Steph pointed out, I think actually the biggest aspect and the biggest place that they could get the biggest W, where people will care less about these sorts of things happening, is, and one of the biggest criticisms was, you know, you're going to remove these people from their jobs, but you're not going to get rid of these shit underperforming players. And I think that's probably the key to the whole thing. I think people like you know, when Gibbs is saying that, like, you know, people are unhappy with that sort of thing, even though he is happy with it. I think where they can win people over is if they prove to everybody that it's like, hey, it's not just these people that you're, you know, worried about their families or whatever because they're earning a living at United, and you know they work there and they, you know, maybe they don't get paid a lot of money or whatever it is, but if you can do that to the players, who many people are disgusted with, right, and they probably have the biggest gripe with them because they're the ones that get paid hundreds of thousands a week, they make millions a year, and they disgrace us on the pitch. And I think that's probably where his biggest place to get a win is if they actually do kick and remove these players out like that, because then nobody can really have an argument. I mean, then we're being fair across the board. I mean, if you're underperforming, you're underperforming. And if you're shit at your job, you're shit at your job, whether you're a player, whether you work in the administrative. If you're not performing and you're losing a job, you deserve to lose your job. I mean, it's a harsh reality of life, but, you know, same for me. Same for anybody else. I mean, I haven't really been fired in my life, once or twice. But out of all the jobs that I held, and I've had more than like 15, 20 jobs throughout my life so far, you know, I've rarely been fired. But when I was fired, you know, I didn't perform to the best ability that I know was required. So yeah, obviously I wasn't happy. I was sacked, you know, but like I understood it because I was like, well, I could have done better. And maybe I should have done better. Or maybe I just couldn't have done better. And I was just like, it is what it is. So you got to fucking move on at some point. So, ownership talk always divides fans. Fans just think with emotion, not logic. Let's continue the way we were before Jim came in, with wasted money, debt, and crap stadium, and crumbling Parrington, and no recruitment department, eh? It's not. Well, it depends. I mean, it depends how the argument is going, because many people, Gibbs, many people out there say that if it wasn't for Sir Jim, the Glazers would have sold the club. And that's why a lot of them hate Sir Jim, because they think he was the one that stood in the way initially. Now, I don't believe that, because, again, I believe that the Glazers were never going to fully sell the club. I don't think they had any intention to do so unless somebody gave them ridiculous amount of money, which I don't think they were ever going to get. But they see Sir Jim as the sole main reason. But me knowing the Glazers, and I'm not saying personally, but if you look into their history and you look into the way they do deals and you look into the history of the family, the way that they operate, these are people, and also the people that they know, the connections they have. I mean, if you look into it a little bit, which I've done so in my time, these are some shifty ass people. and they will do things. And obviously, they're quite smart when it comes to business, regardless of however you feel or think about them. When it comes to owning Manchester United, when it comes to money, they're quite smart and they're quite shifty and they're quite sneaky. Um, and they, they weren't going to sell it because Sejim would have just bought it outright if he would have. And clearly, he just did the deal because that was the way of him getting the foot in the door because the Glazers never wanted to sell it. Now, a lot of people out there, they don't believe that. A lot of people out there believe Jim is the sole reason and he protected the Glazers. So for them, he's enemy number one because for his own personal selfish reasons, he did a deal with the Glazers so he could get a part of Manchester United. I mean, I think, he obviously personally wanted to get in there, but I just don't believe in any fact that the Glazers were going to sell. They had the money on the table. Like Qatar gave them 5 billion or 6 billion, whatever it was. They had that money there. So like if they were serious about selling, they would have just taken the money and gotten out. But they obviously wanted more, which is quite insane because you also have to pay off the debt, which is about currently it's at another billion. So if you pay 5 for United, you're paying 6 because you got to clear that debt. If you pay 6, you got to pay 7. Yeah. Glazers were never selling United, so Jim was their strategic investment. Yeah, and I think I also say that if it wasn't Sir Jim, I think that they would have went back to some other offers or something. I don't know how the legality works out necessarily because obviously they went through stages and stuff like that and whatnot. I don't know how that necessarily plays out in legality, but I'm sure there's some type of loophole. Listen, if you're a person that you've made it here where you're millionaire, billionaire type of person and you're doing business dealings and stuff, you've exploited many loopholes throughout your life already. I'm under no listen, the Glazers had the Rain Group working for them. The Rain Group are associated with the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds obviously own world banks and shit. They got the best lawyers. They got the best everybody that money can buy. This is like big, huge business. So, I'm sure there would have been some. If Sejim wasn't the one and Qatar was the one left standing, I'm sure somehow somebody would have came in and offered them some type of a partial investment. They would have taken it. So none of our mess is down to Jim. It's down to the Glazers only. Well, for large parts, yes, but I do disagree in the fact that they've had a direct hand in. They had the decision to keep or sack Eric Ten Hag, so that's directly on them, and they also had the decision to hire Ruben Amorim. So those things are having impact. So if they fail, or they were the wrong choices, those goes directly to them. They also had the hiring of Ashworth and firing of Ashworth. Some people don't like that aspect. They don't like the money being wasted in that aspect. So that is a big one on them. Also, the players that they've gotten, like Delit or Xerxes, which is the players they signed, or Dorgu. It's still a little bit early. I still, again, I think they've done quite well, but if that doesn't work out, that's gonna fall under them as well. They've had impact in that, so there's still some time that we need to move from for things to happen. So nobody at United bar Fernandez is good. You sound like Gary Neville. Hence being 16th in the league. Why are Reds afraid of change when massive change is needed from constant failure? I don't think people are afraid of massive change, though. I disagree with that. I just don't think they like the way the changes are going. I think they have an opinion on how it should be done differently. Because I think everybody knows that we need massive change. I just don't think they like the way that it's going about, and they would like it to go a different way. That's all it is. Steph says Sir Jim got Eric Ten Hag's sacking timing decision wrong, even though he delegated to others. Well, yeah, listen, if it's it's Sajim and his people. So if Sajim's people gets it wrong, Sajim gets it wrong because they're his people. So it just goes like that. We were 3 points off of fourth under Eric Ten Hag. He got Amorim more wrong so far for me. Well, but this is what I'm saying. So is some of the things, while I do agree that they are making changes and they're implementing things, I don't think you can I think it's too early to celebrate them as successes because I don't think we've gotten there hasn't been enough time from the changes that they're making and the changes that are implementing to see how they actually fully played out. So like they do get some praise because I think that, again they're taking the club in a different direction from what we're doing. I agree with that 100%. But I don't think well, personally me, I'm not going to be jumping up and down yet because we need to see what comes out of this. And what actually was good and was bad because when you change and have different effects, there's long-term effects to these things. And, it might look good in the beginning or it might look bad in the beginning, but when you look back 2 years later, you go, actually, that was actually a good decision that happened. Or actually, that was fucking, they fucked it up there. So I'm quite just normal to them. You know what I mean? I'm quite just normal to them. I don't, I'm not waving a Sir Jim banner around my house or anything like that, and I'm not, chanting Ineos out. I'd like to see where they go with it. I for the very least, I'd give them the opportunity to show, just like everybody else, the manager, any player. I always give you the time, and I always give you the opportunity to prove whatever it is that you need to prove, whether it's being good owners or being a good player or being a good manager, the correct player, or the correct people in charge of the football club. I have no problem with giving time. But, after a certain amount of time, when the scale is balanced in one way or the other, then that's the way I really start leaning a lot because then there's a lot more proof in the pudding. But, they've only been here about a year. There's still a lot of things changing. I'm under no illusions. They're not going to get everything right. They're not going to get everything wrong. Well, hopefully they don't get everything wrong, but they're not going to get everything right. It's literally impossible. The goal is to get more things right than wrong, which should lead to improvements in all areas. And hopefully that works out because at the end of the day, I don't even really give a shit. Obviously I don't want the Glazers here, but I don't even really give a shit to a certain degree. I just want to see United be good and do good again. So if Sajim is the guy that can do it, even though he wasn't my first choice and it wasn't the ideal way that I wanted things to go, because I think this process is harder and it's longer, and it's more difficult than it could have been because there was other options out there to a certain degree, or there was there could have been in a different life in a different universe. In the ideal way, somebody came and just bought us outright, and we kind of just started from fresh. I think everybody would love that more, but it is what it is. I'll just sit 16th in the league broken. Well, I mean, listen, but again, we were never 16th before they came in here and did this, so this kind of goes on them as well. So a lot of people will put the blame on them on us being 16th is their fault. Because people are going to make the argument one way or another they fucked up with Eric Ten Hag. There's 3 points. They either should have fired him in the summer. They shouldn't have sacked him. They shouldn't have sacked him when they sacked him. Yeah, I don't know why I said 3 too. They shouldn't have sacked him, or they should have sacked him in the summer. One or the other. So. And that leads to, you can't just say, I'll just sit 16th in the league. I mean, they've been in charge for a year and a half. Like this is under them. This is happening under them. And they have impacts to them. So, Richard says it could be a great success or a massive failure. It can. Reds have forgotten what ambition is. I don't really think so. I just don't think I just think there's multiple ways of going about it. So Steph says wait and see, but if we don't beat Spurs, we are in more trouble than we are now. Well, certainly, and so is our manager. Richard says I gotta go to bed. Thanks everyone. Well, thank you, Richard. We'll see you later. Have a good night. We'll probably stream next. I don't plan. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is I forgot what day it is. Tomorrow is Thursday. I probably don't plan to stream tomorrow. I might stream, maybe as a surprise, but I don't really have a plan. So if you don't see any stream or anything like that, it's I'm not planning to stream. Pretty much is what I'm saying. So don't count on it. If something big breaks or there's some sort of major news, which I don't feel like there really should be, but if it's a good day for news, then maybe I'll go live. But I don't really plan to go live. So the next time we will go live will be Friday. Obviously, but after we play the match versus Chelsea, we'll go live for the Red Devil recap. And then we'll see from there. So, but thanks for joining us, Richard. Have a good night. Gibbs says could be a blessing. At least the shite don't get 25% pay raise. Even harder to bin off then. Well, no, listen. I mean, but that's just standard. That's just standard procedures. At the end of the day, it's in the contracts. It is what it is. I mean, actually, technically, the money they were making. That was the money they were getting because we were in the Champions League. So obviously, if we return to the Champions League, they got to get the money back because that's what's in the contracts, and that's in every club. That's in every club. You'll find that in Liverpool and City and whatever. Any club that is supposed to be a top four. I mean, if they drop out of Europe, or they're not in the Champions League, they obviously have clauses that is going to drop the fee because the club is losing money. So it makes the most sense. You know what I mean? Reds protesting going mad for Mano. Guy gets about 3 goals and 3 assists a season. He's not prime goals. Stop resisting change when it's desperately needed. Well, what are you saying? We should get rid of Mano? Because I disagree with that wholly. I think Mano is actually a very good player. He's just a good young talent. And I don't see the purpose in getting rid of somebody like Mano. Well, what is that? How do you say that? Why are you desperate to keep hold of a player with wank stats who couldn't even get on the bench at City? Well, now you're losing me. I don't really know how to respond to that. So, Edward says Amorim said we will suffer this season, and well, now we're in 16th in the Premier League. Amorim is the guy. He said that perfectly, hoping that we would bounce back. But next season, Amorim in. Well, hopefully, Edward. I hope so. I do hope so. Gibbs says sign a striker in Hoyland for enormous money with when goal scoring stats, and you moan at Jim because he wants change. But who's not moaning? I mean, but I agree. I agree with that sentiment, and I've been saying these sorts of things the whole entire time. I'm not moaning, but what I'm saying is just because they're changing things doesn't mean that it's gonna fix things and make it better. They could still fuck everything up. That's all I'm saying. You know, that's all I'm saying. The things that they do, Sajim isn't perfect and Ineos isn't perfect, and they're not going to get everything right. Like, and everything they do isn't going to be necessarily positive or good. So I'm not going to champion them like they're the second coming of Jesus. Unless it's proven that everything they've done is fucking golden, which so far it hasn't, because they've gotten some things wrong. They've made some mistakes, which I'm okay with because I'm a person that can tolerate that. You're not going to get everything right, but they're not. Sajim isn't a god. I'm not going to praise him like he is one. There's no reason to. And I agree with some of the things you say, like signing Hoyland with that enormous amount of money. Like, no, we shouldn't be doing that. I actually mentioned it in the beginning of the show. You weren't here for it. We talked about that. We talked about Rasmus and the money, and why would we spend that type of money, 72 million? If we're gonna sign a player like that, you obviously minimize the risk. We should have paid like 50 or something, 45, whatever it was. I mean, he was a young player playing in the Serie A. Serie A don't got a lot of money, and he only had one season, and it was like decent goal scoring stats. It's like 11 goals in the season. There was no reason to pay 72 million. So I agreed to that aspect. But I don't think anybody's moaning for that reason. I think they're moaning for different reasons. But you're just like you're kind of just mixing the two together. You're not really, nobody's like that argument doesn't really go together. Like when people are moaning about the gym, nobody's saying because they want more signings like Rasmus with that amount of waste of money. So, yeah, I don't know. Steph says still waiting for Omar to wave his magic wand. Hope he's not a double agent. Well, that would be some crazy spy shit, wouldn't it be, Steph? If City deployed him to us to fuck us over even more and make sure that we never actually come back and just destroy things, and it was a plan from City the whole time, the owners, and they sent Omar there, and then somebody check Omar's bank account real quick, check to make sure there's no offshore transfer wires for fucking 100 million or some shit, just to make sure so we could sleep at night. Because now Steph's put this in my head, and now I'm gonna be thinking about this for forever now. The cynical part of me would be like, Omar's they definitely sent him in there as a double agent. That he's there to fuck us. He's there to make sure that this project absolutely fails. So thanks for that, Steph. Now I can't now I'm not gonna be able to not think in that manner. So yeah. I will probably get Cheaty's charges instead. Yeah, and then we're gonna get hit with with 116 charges. Somehow. It's just gonna carry over from City to us because Omar went there. And Omar's gonna do some shit like that. Gibbs says, wages the year before Ineos compared to the year with them, wages are down 500K a week. Carrington's elite new stadium is going to be the best in the world if football, given us a proper transfer structure. Well, I mean, yeah. Project 150 charges, says Sly. Yeah, that's the inside project. That's the project that we don't fucking know about. They're coming to fucking hit us with 150. Omar's gonna make sure that we get fucking absolutely buried, and then he's gonna ride off into the sunset on a fucking camel, with just fucking bags of money, and then it's just gonna be like the end, and that's it. It's over. Oh, dude, if AI could create a movie for us or something, we could literally type all this in and we could have a short film made from it. That would be absolutely hilarious. It could produce us for that. Doesn't want an open bus parade. Good, don't deserve it. I mean, I said that in the beginning as well. Biggest club in the world celebrating a Mickey Mouse Cup. Remember what an elite winning mentality was, Reds. Well, I said the same thing, Gibbs. I did say I don't have a problem with that one specifically. I did say that in the beginning of the show because I just feel like it doesn't feel right. But to have an open bus parade for winning the Europa League when we finished fucking 16th in the league and had our worst season ever, it just doesn't feel correct to me. Celebrate the trophy. But I feel like a bus parade, open top bus parade, just feels a bit actually over the top, pun intended. But yeah, it just feels over the top for that sort of shit. Considering that we're 16th in the Prem, I mean, if we finished, I feel like obviously we want the Champions League and Prem, And obviously those are the bigger competitions. But even for the fact, I mean, you called it a Mickey Mouse Trophy, and I get it. I mean, it's not Prem, and it is in reality it is technically beneath our club, the Europa League, to be like praising it for this almighty trophy. But you know, if we if we finished like fifth or fourth, and we also won the Europa League, I mean, that would make the grounds to have a parade like that more sensible. But if you're just winning the Europa League and you've finished 16th in the Prem, and like 16th is disgusting, you can't have a fucking parade like that. It's just wrong. It's just weird. It's just weird. Um, it's just weird. Steph says thrown under the bus parade sounds more likely. Yeah, that might happen. Uh, our our academy pre-gym was and produced FO successful about 10 years ago. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't go as far to say it's a Mickey Mouse Cup. Um, I get it, but I mean, I just put it a little bit more. Just I just say that it's really it's beneath our club. Um, we should be winning We should be trying to win the Champions League and the Premier League. Obviously, it's still, in my opinion, it's still the third biggest trophy, though. So I don't know. Everybody just holds the two big ones, and I guess some people try to disregard it, but in reality, it's still the third biggest trophy because I put it above the FA Cup and I put it above the Carabao Cup. So there's the Prem, there's the Champions League, and then there's the Europa League. Obviously, we are better than just the Europa League, and we've won 3 Champions Leagues, and we want to win more. So obviously, that's where we want to go. But I mean, yeah, I mean, listen, again, for me, it's just more about circumstances. Like, we're in 16th, and we're going to win the Europa League to get us in Champions League. Like, celebrate it there when you win it on the pitch, and then move the fuck on because this season hasn't been good. Again, if we were in the top five and then we also won the Europa League, I have no problem with doing a sort of a parade. Whatever. It was a decently good season. It's not the most elite season, like some people. That's all they can really focus on. But Chad says if Bruno is our best player, we are effed. Well, he technically is. Ray says hi, Reds. If we win the cup, we should celebrate the cup win undefeated. So we have to celebrate. Well, no, but this is what I'm saying. Like, we can celebrate it at the stadium, but I'm not. It feels wrong because of the season that we had. It doesn't feel right. Again, like I think if we finished higher in the table, like if we were like fourth to fifth, it would make more sense. But this season has been bad. I mean, I know if we win it, we'll be undefeated. But I don't know. It just feels wrong. It feels wrong. Um, Go support Mano with his 3 goals and 4 assists all season while we sit 60. Well, what the fuck does Mano have to do with Sir Jim Ratcliffe? Sir Jim Ratcliffe isn't getting rid of Mano. Mano is signing a contract, so I don't understand. I don't understand what you're talking about. What is it? Go support Mano with his 3 goals and 4 assists. What does that have to do with anything? Jim isn't getting rid of Mano. He's not selling Mano. Mano's getting a new contract, and Mano's going to stay at the football club. So what's that expression? Learn how to walk before you can run. Yeah. I think it's to crawl before you walk. Something like that. For me, for a Man United fan to talk like that is a disgrace. What are you talking about? What we are right now is a disgrace and a joke. Back Jim who's changing everything about this rotten broken club. I mean, but they don't have to. But they don't have to. No, I don't know. They don't have to. If they don't want to, they don't have to. They don't have nobody has to like Sir Jim. Nobody has to support him, and nobody has to want him. It's a personal choice. So whether they do or not, I mean, that's up to them. I mean, they don't have to. They don't have to. And and again, I keep saying they are making changes, but you're talking about it like Sir Jim is going to absolutely 150% solve every single problem at this football club and turn us back into number one in the world. And you literally don't know that because they can literally get everything wrong and fuck it up and it could be unsuccessful. So, you know, my name is Eric, by the way. Mano's crap like all the players, hence being 16th in the league, kiddo. Yeah. But you're one of those guys that's like super extreme on everything. So you clearly have an agenda against Mano. You hate Mano very much because you literally, I don't know why you're singling out Mano. We have an entire squad. I don't know what's about Mano. I don't know what you got. You look like you got a fetish for Mano or something. He's a young kid, and he's probably had the least chances out of probably half the squad. So I don't understand why you're targeting a player like that. I don't get it. And yeah, the reasons why we're 16th is for numerous reasons, and I don't think really Mano really has much to do with it. Um, because he was quite good last season, and he was quite important. So I don't really get it. I can single out everyone bar Bruno. I mean, but no, it's just a collective thing. I mean, the squad is just not good together. They're not good individuals together. Who was better than Mano last season? Below. No, I mean it's just the squad as a whole together isn't good. It's just not built correctly. That doesn't mean that the players aren't all good. Um, it's just how this squad is built. Quite good, not great, says it all. Yeah, but I mean, but this is what I'm saying. You're like super extreme, like for like where what position we're in. Again, so I, you know, the way I look at it is Mano's a young guy. He's not a superstar, but I actually think when I look at the squad in the entirety, he's probably better than a good majority of some of them, or at least he has potential to be. And when I look at it, to transform this team, it's going to take you probably 2 to 3 seasons at the very least. To do that in structured tiers, Manu is not a player that I would touch until obviously he would end up getting another 2 3 years on top. He's not a player. If you're talking about removing 5 players a season, he's not a player that I'm removing. He's a young guy. I wouldn't like. What do you mean? So because he has 3 goals and 4 assists this season, in 2 years' time means that he can't have double, triple. Um, you know, let's just settle for quite good now. Yeah, but again, I'm super extreme because we're meant to be the biggest club in the world and need drastic, extreme action to turn us back around. But yeah, but you do understand that the way that happens comes in. It takes time for these things to happen, right? You do understand that. Like you do understand that what you're saying it's not going to happen in a year. And also, just to be clear, doing drastic extreme actions don't always lead to the best possible things. Because actually, I think getting rid of a player like Mano is quite foolish. um, because he's 19. Like, I don't know. Like, for me, I have no problem getting rid of Rashford because he's 27 and he's had multiple opportunities and he hasn't been good enough. That's fine. I don't care about that. But when we talk about players like Menu or Garnacho, who are young and have a whole career in front of them, and they might not be world class right now or whatever you want them to be, because everybody's supposed to be like Ronaldo or Messi, apparently. Um, you know, I don't, I don't really get it. Um, I know, I agree that we need a lot of change at the football club, but um, everyone is allowed an opinion. But I'm not fighting to keep a player with crap stats and 16th in the Premier League. But we can agree to disagree. Yeah, but I don't understand why him though. Why not everybody else? Uh, like I don't get it. Um, I don't know. To me it just doesn't make sense because he's just a young guy. Like the stats might not be good this season, but what's that stopping him from having good stats in next season or the season after that or the season after that? He's only 19 years old. You know, I don't really understand that. Um, you know, you mentioned our academy before, and you said it was quite crap. And actually, I think he's one of the good players to come out of the academy. Um, he really just dislikes Menu. Um, so include more players. I'd like to hear more players, please and thank you. Um, that's fine. You know, I'm just saying for me, the Manu thing doesn't really make sense because he's a young guy. I'm interested to hear more players. I'd like to hear more players. Um, because actually, I might agree with you on some of the players. I disagree with you on Manu. I think probably the majority of United fans probably disagree with you on Manu, and that's fine. You know, I'm sure you're not pressed about that. You have your own opinion. You're allowed to do that. Um, but it just seemed a little strange because all you did was mention Mano a couple of times. I don't. Another crap player of massive money is Mount. Okay. I mean, I don't think Mount is crap, but I think Mount's biggest problem is that, you know, the fitness. But actually, I think Mount could be a very good player if he stays fit. Uh, and how much money is he on anyway? Ericsson, Lindelof, Maguire, Delo, Onana, and Rasmus. Well, I agree with you on the Ericsson thing because he's leaving, and I would move him on for sure. Lindelof, I agree with you as well because I don't like him as a centre back, and I would move him on as well. Maguire, I think the way where I stand on Maguire is that I think Maguire he's done good in the last two seasons. I'm not happy about the money he's on. Um, I like his attitude, mentality, sort of the little redemption arc that he's had. I'm not completely against it. Um, I would try to negotiate it down if I could and get better wages. If not, maybe I'd look to move him on. I'm not against it either. I'm not 100% like, you know, he has to stay. It's not too big of a bother of me if he does stay, to be quite honest, because I think he'd be a useful squad player for the current moment for where we are. Um, and by the time that I think we go to actually win the Champions League, which won't be at least till 2028 plus, um, Maguire probably will be retired by that time. So, Delo, I disagree. I like Delo. I think he's a good player. I think he has a good mentality. I think he has a good attitude. He's also quite fit a lot of the times, and I think he has a good ability as well. Onana, I get, and Rasmus also I get. That makes sense. Sancho, I'm with you 100%. Anthony, I'm with you 100% as well. So, you know, um, we're kind of close. We're kind of close. Kind of close. Little discrepancies there, but, you know, not too far off of it, I think. Um, Elias says, but Maino got burnt out, though. Last season, he played a ton of games and got into England and continued that resulted in him having injuries this season. It shows he is rusty. But yeah, I mean, he's had the injuries this season. Also, yeah, I mean, that's just me personally. I don't write off young players. I just don't do it. I don't do it. They got to get more chances. They got to get a couple more years to develop. Um, I think with a young player, it could always go either way. They could either become one of the most brilliant things you've ever seen, or they could just be quite underwhelming and average. So for me, I won't. I don't write off the kids. The young players. And I think, while I think people were probably expecting Mino to have a better season, I mean, the injuries didn't help. And I do agree that he was overused a lot last season. And he played many matches, and I don't think that's great either. And he's definitely lacking sharpness. I still think there's a good player. He's had some good important moments already at United in his career. He scored some important goals as well, in matches that were important for the points and stuff. So uh, Bruno gets outplayed by the best. Bruno can't lead. Good night, Stephanie. Thank you. We'll see you later. Chad says I like Jordan mentality. Gibbs says Delo can't cross the ball to save his life. Wake up and remember what winning is. And again, we can agree to disagree. I mean, he can cross the ball though. Who put in the cross? He put the cross in last time for the goal. He can cross the ball. What is Rasmus' best form? It doesn't go either way. We all know you're going to be good. Look at Golier at Manchester United. Delo doesn't score, doesn't assist really, can't cross, and couldn't get in any of the top sides teams. So I say support the Ratcliffe Revolution, keeping players for their mindset and not elite level. So I say support the Ratcliffe Revolution, keeping players for their mindset and not elite level. Well, they're not going to get rid of Delo, so I don't know what you make of that. What one goal and cross example? LOL. Wow, sign him up for life. Well, no matter what I say, you're just going to keep moving the goalposts, so it doesn't matter. He can play right wing back for sure. He does it quite well, and he has a good attitude and a good mentality. So those are important qualities to have. It's not just about quality in terms of whatever. People say Maguire's good because one dribble and one header. No. It's about consistency of performances over the season. Yeah, I think most people why are you taking away your messages? Don't do that. But anyway, I need to get out of here because I mean we've been live for 3.5 hours and I gotta go do shit. So if you can give multiple examples of goals and assists, I'm happy to admit I'm wrong. I mean, just go look at his stats. Nah, it's all right, Edward. Don't worry. You don't got to erase it. Even if you type errors, don't worry about it. I mean, just go look at his stats. Well, whatever stats he has, those are the goals and assists. I don't have to like give you the examples. Just go look at his stats. Whatever assists and goals he's got, those are the examples. He's a fine squad player. He is. He's good enough to be in the squad for the current moment, for where we are. If we go to reach a certain level, they aren't good. All right, but like for where we are and what we are, what you're asking for, we're not gonna get because we gotta, like Stephanie said, you gotta crawl before you walk, or you gotta walk before you run. I get what you're saying, but that's not where we are, and that's not going to happen. We're not gonna get these types of players you're talking about. To get rid of Delo, unless you could guarantee that Manchester United are going to get somebody that performs way better than him. 3 goals his entire career. So yeah, crap stats. But the whole time he was playing was traditional right back. We can't get Robinson from Fulham. No, but this is what I'm saying. Like, where we are, the elite players he's talking about, we're not getting them. It's not happening. 10 assists his entire United career. Wow, Delo is on fire. Yeah, but when you're playing 4-2-3-1 counterattack, and you play the football that we play before playing what we're playing now, which allows him to get higher up the pitch and actually be more attacking, where are the stats going to come from? He's a right back. You know, you're saying 10 assists his entire United career. You do understand that he's not a fucking winger, right? Like, he was playing right back in a counter-attacking team that didn't play in an attacking manner at all. I mean, the whole time he's been here. When he was here at Mourinho was quite defensive, and it was boring. Solskjaer played some counter-attack shit. Ten Hag wasn't good either. So, how did Delo get player of the season over Kobe? He's had 8 years and got 10 assists in all comps. He's crap, mate. All right, whatever you say. He's crap. He's crap. He's a fucking defender, dude. He's a defender. He's a defender, bro. He's a defender, and we've been crap, and we don't play good football. So, but playing right wing back in this, playing right wing back in this system, he will get more goals and he will get more assists. So, Andero says this project is a marathon, not a sprint. Amorim will start to breathe new life in our club as long as he gets backing. We have so many players who can't perform on the levels we need at the moment. No, but I'd like more than 10 in 8 years. How did he get player of the year, though? I don't know. I mean, listen. He wants somebody that's getting more, like, goal involvements. But if United were playing in a way of a certain type of football that doesn't allow that, then, you know, we're looking at the past now, and we're looking in the past years. I'm looking at how he can perform in this system, in this formation, playing this football, and he can absolutely do that. Cross accuracy entire career, 24%. Wow, amazing. I really don't give a shit about that. It's about what he's doing right now, though. And Delo can 100% play in this system and this position and can be impactful. 100%. And I know he can score more goals, and I know he can get more assists because he has the ability to do so. But playing the way we played before, you're looking at different managers and different systems and different styles of play. You don't take that into account. It's all just Diego Delo. Diego Delo is going to make magic happen. I think Delo is overrated. He can offer something, but not a lot. No, well, listen, I don't think he's a bad player to have in the squad at all. I don't. I'm not against getting another wingback or anything like that, but I don't think he's that big of an issue, really. Yeah, he could get more assists, but you know what? At the same time, the whole team's got to get more assists, and everybody's got to do better. Delo did not get Player of the Year. That was Bruno. He got Player of the Year. Players voted for him because he had a good impact last season. Yeah, and that's, you know what? It's not all about ability. Anyway, that's not what makes a football team always. Obviously, you have to have a certain level of ability and quality as a footballer, but it's not always about the ability. Or talent, whatever. You don't have a good attitude, and you don't have a good mentality, and you don't have a good application of yourself, the talent is fucking wasted. So, you know, it's not always about talent. And I like him as a player. That's, you know, whether he's a starter or whatever, I think he's good to have around. I think he has a good mentality, a good attitude, and he's good in terms of, like, he's not a horrible player or anything like that. So yeah, like, all right, he's a decent squad player, but not a starter for me next season. He is very hit and miss. But then you can say that about that many through balls. 10 his entire career, and duels lost 586 in his career. Delo is incredible going forward and defending. Yep. All right. So when he comes back, he's gonna play really good. And yeah, that's about it. Um through balls. I mean, I'm gonna look this up myself later on. Yeah, I mean, listen, the low could be a rotational than a starter. I mean, that's fine. He's still good to have in the squad. It's not like he's absolutely like worthless, you know. And I have no problem with upgrading and getting better, but it's in the manner of which it's talked about. Like he's absolutely trash. I don't believe that. I think you can definitely use a player like him, and he can definitely be on the squad. Um, in no shape, way, or form. There's he is a good player to have in your squad when you're building a squad. Jan Sommer on United's radar. Well, yeah, let me check that before we get out of here. So, um, where did he tweet that? Fabrizio, where are you? Oh, look, Diego Delo has sent a message and said to Manchester United fans, we will do whatever we can to find that win to bring you the trophy because we deserve it more than anything. So there you go. He's talking to you. Uh, I just saw a quote. So um, don't mind the right tab. Where is Fabrizio Romano? I don't see that. Well, there's talks between Liverpool and Frimpong, so that's not good because I would take Frimpong as well. Seems like he's going there. I mean, it makes most sense since they lost Trent, and that fits the best. I don't see what Lyle was mentioning. I don't see that. Oh, tweet alert. Oh, okay. I didn't see it. Oh shit, never mind. Some idiot reposted the tweet from 2022. Um, yeah, Delo isn't trash. I 100% disagree with you. I think most people probably would as well. I don't think anybody's saying he's a superstar right back, but I don't know. You're the way you seem to rate people is like how I rated people when I was like 14 years old. Uh, they're either Ronaldo or they're trash. No, I don't know. I really don't know what to tell you. That's how I was when I was 12. You know, you were either Wayne Rooney or you're absolutely garbage. Which isn't true. So, and I was fucking 12. So, um, yeah, he's certainly not trash. Plays in the Prem, good player. Um, is he the best in the world? No, but if your standard is you're either best in the world or shit, then there's nothing really to argue. So anyway, beauty of football is you can all have an opinion. Good channel, nice watch, and have a nice week, host. Thank you. My name is Eric, by the way. Appreciate it, Gibbs. And I like that from you. I'm gonna be quite honest. I've been sort of saying that sort of thing. That's what this channel is, Gibbs. That's what this channel is. This channel is so we could have discussions like that, and we could agree to disagree. Um, yeah, and I appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate the opinions as well, even though I don't necessarily agree with all of them. But that's the point. So thank you for stopping by, and you could always come back. Kept it respectful and stuff like that. We never got into it in a personal level, so um, Darius says, explain to me why Delo is trash. Well, I think he just did that. I think he just did that. He just went through a bunch of stats. Um, Crossing accuracy, he said in his entire career is at 24%. Said he's had 8 years and has 10 assists in all competitions. Um, you know, so anyway, Delo won't make top 16. Well, maybe not. I think he would be in the squad, for sure. I think he would be on the team. Whether he would be a starter or not is a different type of story. I think, to be fair, but I think he would be part of the squad. He'd probably be fighting for his. Where is he getting these stats from? I don't know. I mean, I was gonna go check them after, but I don't know. I I feel like for what he's saying, they're quite low. Um, who's squad? Any of the top six squad? I don't think I think there's an for squad depth we keep the low. No, what I'm saying is for anybody in the top six, I think he would be part of their team. Whether he would be a starter or not is a different question or a different argument. But I think if you take Delo, I think in some way, shape, or form, like Liverpool would use him, City would use him, Arsenal would use him. I think anybody would use him in some capacity. So, like, I don't think he's that bad of a player. Whether he would be a starter or not, different argument. But to at least be in the team or at least be like on the bench and shit. Um, I actually think he's a squad depth we keep the low. No, I mean I think he's well liked. Um, Gray says just got here. If anybody has spoken shit about the low, I will haunt you. Jesus Christ, she just popped up out of nowhere. She heard Delo. She heard Delo's name being mentioned in the chat, and Grace just came out of the shadows, ready to assassinate somebody. Not Arsenal, not City, not Liverpool. They got replacements. No, but no, I think he would definitely be a sub for sure. If he's not starting, I think he would. I think they would use him as a sub. Why not? Yeah, Grace, you missed it. There was Gibbs in here, and you missed all the chat. And you said, "Say Delo's name a few more times. The ghost of Grace shall appear." Delo is the best striker in the world. Well, you missed it. It would have made something interesting because there was Gibbs was in here. And Gibbs was he's not very he doesn't like Delo. He says Delo is shit. Um and I quote, he said he's just crap. So yeah, you missed it. Well liked means nothing, too much favorites, and they lead us to 16th. Good on you, Grace. No, well what I mean by well liked is I'm not talking about the fans. I'm talking about inside of the club. Um the managers seem to like him. His teammates like him, and the people that work at United, they respect him. So, again, he's not world class. Grace will tell you otherwise. Must be an Arsenal fan. Nope. He supports Jim Ratcliffe. Um, he supports Jim Ratcliffe like no one ever has in this channel. Huge Sir Jim guy. Um, Super against all the players. He hates Mainu as well. Says Mainu was crap as well. Hates Delo. Hates most of the players. Wants them out. Yeah. So not an Arsenal fan apparently. Well, unless he just trolled the shit out of all of us. Well, we don't really know who he is, but I mean, he had quite a lot to say. So, I wish Delo played for Arsenal. Please God. No, I don't want to see Delo at Arsenal. Um, yeah, don't worry, I got contacts. I'll deal with him. Oh well. Oh boy. I don't know what's happening anymore on this channel. You just never know what you're gonna get. you just never know what's gonna happen. You just never know what you're gonna get. I mean, it's crazy. Delo is a decent player who works hard, but his ceiling has been hit as a player. He wouldn't be a starter in any of the top six sides, but a good player to have in our squad for next season. And I sort of agree with that. And also, something to go along with that, Undero. Um, if you're a good player that can be in the squad, there is times and opportunities where actually, if you are performing and you're in form, you actually can perform to a level where you do start. Because football again isn't black and white. I mean, if the Diego Delo is playing absolutely out of his skull, and somebody isn't playing so good, I mean, he will get a start. So, um, Ahmad would destroy Delo on the wing. Maybe, probably. I mean, well, I like Ahmad very much, and I think he's good. Um, Delo is not a winger; he's a fullback. Well, technically nowadays, I mean, I don't like the stats that he was bringing up from like previously because we didn't play in that manner. So like, obviously, for a team that's utilizing a wing back properly, or playing in that manner with high, right backs or left backs, obviously the stats would be much higher. But considering we didn't play in that way for years, and while he's been here, I mean, he's been here since Mourinho. It's obviously it's not gonna be the same. But I think for this system and for Ruben's system and the way it plays, I think he can actually have big impact. So Grace says I'm a mod, so that means I have the power. And trust me when I say I will abuse my power. We've lost all control in this community. It's gone to hell. A fullback plays against a wing, so well, yeah. Uh, yeah, wing back. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think again, I think there's times I think Delo is just kind of like almost any other player. I mean, there's times where he plays really good. There's times this season where he's been quite off the ball and he's been poor. But when he does go in form, I think he's actually quite a good player. Um, so I don't think it's a bad player to have at your squad. I don't know how this turned into the fucking Delo show. Anyway, I mean, we weren't even talking about Delo, but um, sometimes good, sometimes shit. Like, yeah, I mean, just listen, it happens. But like, nah, because I understand where he was coming from, but he was being like, I know exactly what kind of person he is. He's a little bit similar to Axe, where they demand this greatness, and I have no problem with that in the initial concept because I think we should never really lower the standards, and we should always try to, we're united. We should be shooting for the highest possible thing, but these guys, they don't seem to a certain level, they don't seem to like accept or live in reality. And when they like demand this such greatness, they almost like ignore everything else. Um, or it's just like I don't know. To me, it usually comes off across very like I said early in the show, like it's like red or green. Like it's either like you're superstar, best in the world, and there's nobody better than you, or you're dog shit. And I just don't understand how you really operate life like that, because like literally life isn't like that. Like it is all there's all sorts of things in between. So I don't really get it. So um, Delo's game time will be much less next season, in my opinion. The landscape is changing, and he will be getting phased out. But that also goes for several players who are guaranteed starters. Well, maybe, but also I would make the argument that, well, but if he plays very good, then maybe that doesn't happen to him. I think there's always a chance for a player to kind of hit maybe a sort of a next level or find some very good strong consistency where actually they make a good fighting claim for them to keep their spot. So Um, we're talking about Delo. What about Luke Shaw? There's no hope for Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw he's injury prone. You know? Delo talk after 3 hours. You're taking the piss, Eric. Nobody cares about Shaw. Well, yeah, because he mentioned Delo. We weren't even talking about Delo. We mentioned Delo here, Grace. This was about an hour ago. We mentioned Delo. We were talking about Delo coming back. Then, you know, then Gibbs joined us and started going on a rant about Sir Jim Ratcliffe and how everybody has to support him because he's doing such a great job. And he's literally already fixed everything. And then he started saying that Mainu was shit and that Mainu has to go because Mainu is the reason why we're 16th. And then I was like, you lost me there. Then he said it's not just Maino, there's other players. And I said, please give me the other players. And then one of the players was Delo, which I disagreed with him on. And then he started giving out stats, which I don't think they were accurate, but talking about he's talking about Delo having like 10 assists in 8 years or something like that, which I don't think is accurate. That's quite low. Yeah, he said Delo doesn't score, doesn't assist really, can't cross, and couldn't get in any other top sides team. So I say support the Ratcliffe revolution. Keeping players for their mindset is not elite level. And I tried to explain. I think he has a misunderstanding there because that's actually some of the things that Ratcliffe is looking at for people for their mindset and their attitude combined with that and saying that. Saying some other things. Ahmad is 5'9", although you wouldn't think he is. One of the only 4 players I would say will be a starter next. Well, no, I think he's gonna be a starter. He does. I mean, 5'9", he does seem shorter than that. So, Diego Leon is expected to take his place next season, and I can tell you that this lad is a find. What position does he play? Is he a right wing back? A wing back. He was saying Mainu is terrible as well, based on what that he can't play in goal. He was saying Mainu was terrible because apparently he has 4 goals and 3 assists this season. Oh, Leon is a left wing back. Okay, well that's good. Now listen, I think there's a place for all of them, and it's better. Again, see, like I don't take it against him. I don't agree with it, but like obviously Gibbs is a version of these people that are very extreme to a certain point. And again, I don't operate that way because I just don't. I don't believe life is like that. I don't see life like that. Whatever. That's his choice, and he could do whatever he wants. But I just don't. I don't agree with it. It's 2 different types of viewing things. He clearly has, you know, everybody has standards, but these guys just are a lot more brash about it. If you have like a certain opinion that isn't to like the maximum level of eliteness, then apparently you have no standards. I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, I don't agree with any of that. Um, we will have 3 on the left: Dorgu, Leon, and Almas. Just need to sort out a right wing back a bit more. Yeah, because we have Delo and kind of Mazawari, but kind of not Mazawari. So I kind of feel like on the right, we kind of have like 2.5 though, really, because I mean Ahmad, right wing back, Delo, and then kind of sort of mods. So Bruno and Delo have played the most minutes. They have. Yeah. Amos can go. What the hell? That's my son. What do you mean he can go? Oh, where? Look, you made me break my rubber band, Chad. That's how upset you have me. I broke my rubber band. I was playing in it. You said Amos can go, and it snapped out of my. It snapped. Amos can go. That's my son. Don't talk about my son like that. Why can he go? He just started. What do you mean he could go? Can go. Where's he gonna go? Into the starting lineup? I agree, Chad. He could go right into the starting lineup. I agree. That's what Chad was saying. I'm putting words in. Almas can go straight into the starting lineup. There you go. Common denominator in a crap team, Delo and Bruno. Well, wait, what do you mean by that Almas can go, though? Almas not better than Wilson. Ah, come on. Give him a chance, though. Almas needs to go on loan. Well, maybe. Maybe. I mean, listen, I'm not against loaning the kids. I'm not against that at all. I think that's like proper development. So, who's Wilson? James Wilson, I believe. He's talking about the striker. That's the only Wilson I could think of. Is James Wilson? Wait, was it James Wilson? Thinking of somebody else now. Oh, there's Lyle Wilson. He's talking about Lyle. That's right. Who's Wilson? Lyle. He's talking about Lyle. Oh, Brendan Wilson. Who's that? Oh, Brandon Williams. Yeah. Brandon Williams was not good, was he? I think Almas would be better than him. I think Almas will be better than him. I've always said that the reserve league be brought back in. The alcohol. Yeah, just Chad, Chad. Come on, he was just doing a little bit of balloons in the car. Come on, come on. Little balloon never hurt nobody in the parking lot, in a public space. When you're a Manchester United player, and people are gonna photograph you. Just a little balloon, a little canister, little whippet. It's not gonna hurt, no. No, but see, Chad, for me, but like Williams didn't have the correct attitude though. I don't know if I don't know if Amos has that sort of thing, but I mean, I think part of the problem for Brandon Williams is that he clearly didn't have the correct attitude and mentality. I mean, he let that shit go to his head. He fell right off of a cliff. Like Macquarie and Greece. Yeah, he went to Norwich, ended up a free agent. What you on about? Alcohol. I actually thought you had Williams in your thumbnail. It kind of looks like him, right? I mean, I had to AI it a little bit because sometimes you get the pictures and the pictures are in like 640p and they're really shit quality. So sometimes I have to use AI to make them clear. So sometimes it changes their face a little bit. So that's probably why it looks like Williams a little bit. But I mean, yeah, about Brandon Williams, like that Collier and Williams could be brothers. Um, Total Premier League goals says Grace Bruno 8, Ahmad 7, Garnacho 6, Rasmus 4, Xerxes 3. Shocking. I mean, well, we are in 16th, Grace. We are in 16th, and as Chad said, I mean, I don't disagree. Well, to a certain point. I mean, he said Bruno being our best player means we're fucked. But I agree to that notion when I agree to the notion that if our midfielder is our best player, yeah, that's probably a reason why we are fucked. Because while the midfielder is important, but the midfield is important. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you need the midfielder to be your most best performing player in the entire squad. Actually, it's a good question. Who do you think should in what position should be the best performing player in the squad? It's the most important. Is it the midfielder or is it the striker or is it some of your wingers? I know they're all like kind of important in terms of like balance and stuff like that or whatever, but like who would be the most? What is the position that you say that the player has to be your best performing player? Uh, that even makes sense. But the under 23 league is very well, but the reserve league would be much better for our youngsters to develop as they would be playing against a mix of first team players on loan championship. With three new signings, what is your starting 11 next? It. I'll give it a thought. I'm not injured and still more goals than Garnacho. But that's in the Prem. What about in all comps? Actually, yeah, that's good. Look up all comps. Because I want to compare it now. Look up all comps, Garnacho, GA, and Ahmad Diallo GA. Because I know Ahmad's been injured, but actually I want to see the difference. Regardless of the injury. Elias says creative midfielder. Makes sense. Andero says Bruno is our best player to a point. The trouble is because he tried to be everywhere. He leaves gaps all over. Important players on the pitch is the spine of the team. Yeah, yeah. I kind of feel like, well, it's a difficult one to say, but I do feel like if it's not your number one, it's got to be number two, but it definitely has to be one of the two. I think has to be the striker. No, because I feel like even if like you're shit in some other areas, if your striker is the best player, which means that he should be performing the best, which means he's scoring the most goals, you should be getting more points, or at the very least, uh, putting yourself in a position to score. Now, obviously, like Ondero said, pitch is the spine of the team. It's obviously the center. Um, Center mid is definitely the most important, like Chad says. Besides goalkeeper, you rank the goalkeeper very, very highly. I'm not one to do. I don't do that. Garnacho 11 goals and 10 goals in all comps. Um, Keeper, commanding center back, center mid, and striker. The spine of yeah. I mean, but that's like I do agree with that because that's well straight down the middle. And that makes the most sense. But I'm saying if it was just one position, because I think all of them together, obviously the spine. I mean, the spine's always talked about, important for a reason because it has an important factor to it. Lyle says, why I say creative midfielder? Because he makes things happen. But sure, yes, the rest of the attack needs to be on the same wavelength. Yeah, I get all that. I'm just saying, I'm thinking like if there was one specific position, like if you could only say center mid, or you could only say center back, or you could only say goalkeeper, or you could only say striker. It's a hard question because football is a team sport, and technically you need the other positions around. But if there was one position to say that the player that is performing the best actually means that like I'm trying to do the opposite of what Chad said, where he basically said if Bruno's our best performing player, it means we're fucked. Which is like technically he's our midfielder. He has the most goals. So if it was one position for one player to be the best performing player, which would which would hopefully mean that we're not fucked, what would the position be? You could win a game without the striker scoring. Look at City without Rodri. Well, Ahmad is the leagues above Garnacho, high footballing IQ and decision making. This lad has the ability to be world class. I mean, I do think that Ahmad is. I do like Ahmad better than Garnacho. I think Ahmad does have certain qualities that I probably just favor and respect more, to be quite honest. Um, and I do agree. I do think his IQ and his decision making is much better than Garnacho's. Um, I would like, because I think, you know, maybe Garnacho can develop that side better and kind of maybe match it in terms of like, trying to keep up with it. But I do agree. I mean, I think that's why Ahmad plays it. It just it's why Ahmad, when he comes on, it's just like a different sort of impact he has. Like different things happen because he puts himself in different positions. He takes different decisions. Um, you know, he he reads things differently. And that's why like he has the sort of impact he had. That's why there's a difference because he just like he'll take different actions. He'll make passes that Garnacho won't make. He'll see things that Garnacho doesn't see. Um, and I think that also plays into the little bit of the aspect of like that means that Diallo isn't or Ahmad isn't as selfish as Garnacho as well. So City won the league with a false nine. They did. They did. But who was the best performing player? Was it Rodri? Well, I guess 'cause he won the Ballon d'Or, right? Goalkeeper, if you're choosing one, all good teams start with the ending keeper. See, I find that interesting, but I'm not against it. I just don't really think of it like that. I'm kind of an opposite person. I think from the front, up, or the front back, I guess. Um, yeah, I don't know. I grew up very attacking minded, very attacking minded. I have a strong emphasis on the attack. Uh, then midfield. Maybe it's just like a maybe it's just like a personal thing. I guess. Um, maybe it's just like bias for personalisms or whatever that may be. Because um, hey, oh, that's pissed me off. Notifications. Why didn't I get these notifications? On. No, I'm saying Bruno is not the best man. Which goes so for fucking. This is, I kind of had the feeling, but I was trying to change, change that into what I wanted. Garnacho 56 appearances, 3,531 total minutes, and 11 goals. Yeah, that I know he has 21, but I want to know what Ahmad. I believe Garnacho will be a squad player if he stays with us, but I expect him to move to Chelsea. I wonder if he can make a deal to take Kepa on loan. I don't even want Kepa to be going on. KDB and Foden that season. Rodri won the following season. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean they won it too many times in a row that I can't even remember the. Gray says Ahmad 40 appearances, 2,487 total minutes, total goals assists, and 10 and 9. So he's literally two off and played 16 less matches. So yeah, favorites you might say. Um, well, yeah, I mean like positional wise, like because I always played like so the positions I played was midfield, so center mid, right mid, left mid, and then I also played right wing, left wing, and I also played striker. So for me, like I don't particularly like. I understand you have to have a strong defense, but it doesn't like the position itself doesn't necessarily resonate with me, and then goalkeeper is the one that like I just care the least about because I just never paid it much attention. Like I understand, obviously you have to have a good goalkeeper, but what I'm saying is like just doesn't it just doesn't resonate with me because I'm just like yeah whatever, like you save balls and shit, like like I don't know what it is. Eric says stop. Eric, stop lying. You can't kick a ball. I bloody well can. I bloody well can. I'll show you one day. Somehow, some way, I'll show you. I bloody well can. I did it for basically almost my entire life. I hope I'd kick a ball at this point. Um, but yeah, I mean, even some of my friends, like, gosh, you have a problem. Yeah, sorry about that, but I'm having on my phone and um, no, there would be no point in having a superstar striker and have Onana in our goal, watching the shots go past him. Yeah, but like if Onana lets in two, and your superstar can score three, then technically you win the game. You know, you know, like if you got a striker that can outscore Onana's mistakes, then you win. No, that's how that's how I see it. Like if Onana's averaging 2.5 mistakes to goals game, then all you got to do is get a striker that's averaging 3.5 goals a game, and then you're good. So it's fine, you know. Grace says left 10, Cunha, number 8, Angelo Stiller, and goalkeeper Garcia, and oh Angelo. I had a buddy named Angelo. Don't know what happened to him. Don't know what happened to him at all. Um, oh boy. Sorry, I'm distracted, but I'm trying to do something here. Uh, Yo, Angie. Oh, come on. No, it's still the goalkeeper. Yeah, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Come on. If you can get this. Listen, if you have the goalkeeper and he's letting up 1.5 goals a game, and you get the striker and he's scoring 2.5 goals, you'd be good. You let him go. You let him go because he supported Arsenal. You know what? It might be a big possibility. We might have had to get him. No, we had to get him taken care of. You know what I'm talking about? I get that guy taken care of. He's causing some problems in the neighborhood, and we couldn't have that anymore. Um, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Who's creating the chances? Not at all. Um, we'll just get Prime Ronaldo. We'll go to the lab. We'll take some DNA from Ronaldo, and we'll clone him, but we'll make it so that he's like 23 or 24 again, and then we'll like change his face so it doesn't look like Ronaldo, so people don't get weirded out. And then we'll just put him at striker, and we'll just like let him run, and he'll just like score 3 goals by himself. He doesn't need anybody. He'll just run through people. Garnacho is creating the chances. Well, Diallo can create the chances. He could do it. You can do it. Um, I am forming the Mano Appreciation Society after tonight's stream. Had to go lie down back to the earlier chat. I'm, I'm surprised he came back, Steph. I'm surprised he came back at all. Uh, you know, I'm surprised he came back at all. Yeah. Oh dear lord. Yeah, I mean, listen. Again, this is what I was saying. Like he's very like just very. Listen, he would have fit on my other YouTube channel that never came about, but it was called Heavily Opinionated. He would have fit. He would have fit. He would have fit excellently on that one. Heavily opinionated guy. I mean, some strong statements and doesn't care. But again, I'm not against any of that. I have some strong opinions as well about certain things, but yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I was like that. Again, I wasn't trying to disrespect him when I said that, but I just felt like I was really like that when I was like a kid. When I was like 12 or when I was like 14. When Fergie was still around. That's kind of how I would go around. Like, if you weren't Rooney, if you weren't Ronaldo, if you weren't Giggs or you weren't Scholes, I'd call you shit because I was a kid. And that's how I looked at things. I'm like, well, they're the very best, and everybody else is just shit. So, like, if you're not Rooney, you're shit. Like, whoever was on the team. Like, that's why I said, like, even to a certain point, at some point, like, I didn't even like Park Ji-sung for a period. Because I was like, Park Ji-sung ain't fucking Scholes. And Park Ji-sung ain't, I'm like, Park Ji-sung ain't, he's not elite. He's not, but like Park Ji-sung was a very good player. And I love him now. And I respect the job that he did. But when I was young, I didn't get that. So like, I just looked at him and I'm like, you ain't no Pirlo. You ain't no fucking Xavi. You ain't no Iniesta. You ain't no Scholes. You're shit. So, like, that's how I used to be like with things. Like, I just look at it, I'm like, yeah, but Ronaldo's the best. And I'm like, if you can't do Ronaldo, then you're just shit. And I'm like, but like, no. But like, I'm 30 now, and that's not how the world is. Um, Stupid opinions. When you go to bed later, Eric, think goalkeeper. I'm off the bed now, 12:30 in the morning. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I got to get off soon, too. I was going to leave an hour ago. But I stayed here for you guys because you guys want to keep chatting. So I don't have a problem with that. Steph says mixed messages and heavily opinionated is our double pivot partnership for Europa final. Yeah. Well, it makes a strong double pivot, that's for sure. But guys, listen, I thoroughly enjoyed this, but I do really have to go. I mean, it's late for me, so it's definitely late for you guys. But I thoroughly enjoyed this show. Greatly appreciate every single one of you. Thank you to everybody that smashed the like button. Thank you to everybody that's been involved. Yes, Steph is back. She couldn't stay away. I mean, she had to get away, but she couldn't stay away. She got a headache from from Gibbs, calling me no crap and shit. 1:30 a.m. still working, so all good. But yeah, I know you somehow are just like always awake and stuff. But I mean, I do have to go and do some things. I mean, for the very least, I gotta eat dinner at the very least amount. So can't do that on stream. And I do gotta go exercise a little bit as well. So Gibbs, where are you? Show yourself. He left a lot. He left a while ago. He said he was actually it was quite amazing, Grace, because as soon as he said he was leaving, as soon as he said I'm out of here, literally 30 seconds later, you jumped into the chat and you were like, if anybody has spoken shit about the low, I will haunt you in your nightmares. And you missed it by like literally 10 minutes, Grace. If you logged on 10 minutes earlier and you came in here, you would have been like, or 20 minutes, you would have been right in the brunt of it. So yeah, Ray is still here as well. It says Bruno out 100 million. Well, listen, I mean, if they give us 100 million, why not? Why not? Steph says had to come back. Duty of care for my boss, Eric. Well, thank you, Steph. It's all right. I understood when you left as well. I almost wanted to leave at one point too because I was starting to get a headache as well. But I have responsibilities as well and duties. I couldn't just leave. Imagine I just left the video and I just left it streaming and I just left it blank and just like walked away and came back for an hour. I wonder who would be here. I might have to do that. I'm gonna test. I'm gonna test you guys. I'm gonna test the loyalty. I'm just gonna leave the stream running one day and just disappear for like a good 45 minutes and then I come back. I know who's loyal. Grace is just living my life on Nintendo Switch. Well, listen, that sounds very good. Um they're coming out with a new one, aren't they? What are you playing? Super Mario or Pokemon? Kind of miss those games. I don't have a Nintendo Switch. My sister does though. Lo-fi tunes in the background then. Yeah. Well, maybe something. I listen. I leave you here with nothing. All you got is the background. No, you get nothing. You get nothing. I'm not here. There's nothing here. We will talk crap about you. Don't worry, we taking over. Well, I expected that much, at the very least. I mean, if I'm not here, who knows what you guys say about me? So, uh, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind, but help me concentrate. Are you saying I'm a big distraction to you? Um, but for real, yeah, I no stream tomorrow. I gotta take off tomorrow. At least I hope to take off. The plan is to not stream tomorrow. And us mods will delete the messages when you get back. I know that's fucked up. We need a new background. We all gonna get a new background. But I'll probably do it after my vacation. So because I'm gonna get rid of the green screen and shit, and I'm gonna have a real background. So I need to get some LED lights and stuff. A couple decorations. I'm gonna hook up a jersey or two, a kit or two hanging up behind me as well. And stuff like that. So that is the plan for that. But yeah, I'll probably do that when I get back. So we need help changing the background. Not necessarily. I mean, a pain in the ass to kind of set all of that up. A real background, then use live stream for the software. Real background. Wait, what? A real background, then use live stream for the software. What do you mean by that? Picture of Mano background. To be fair, the chair has more personality. Oh, that's not nice. Now you hurt my feelings, Grace. um, the low background. It's a software, lol, called live streaming. Oh, I don't know. Message me about that, Lyle. To be honest, I really have no idea that background was a green screen. Really. Until I do this. And then you realize that I'm in a box. You thought this was real. More flexibilities for the plans. You thought this was real, Edward. That's my bedroom. I sleep on this desk. I sleep on this desk right here. Nah, yeah, but again, the only reason why I had this thing was because actually when I started, background is probably worse than this background. But yeah, I just gotta sort that shit out because I want it to look sort of professionalish, you know. I mean, it doesn't have to be like that, but I just want it to look decently good. I'm like that. I don't know. I don't like. There's like some people out there that just stream like they're in the garage. You know what I mean? With like boxes and shit all over the place. Like they don't. I don't know. I'm not really like that. So, um, I'm not really like that. Grace and Delo cutting the wedding cake in the background. Yeah, I'm not really like that. I don't know. Like it has to look semi decent. So, I mean, I have this nice wall unit behind me that actually is quite old, but actually still in very good shape. And it's definitely usable. So why not? Wedding cake with me and Delo, but keep Shaw away. I mean, at that point, listen, you got no chance. Shaw's gonna come and he's gonna run away with that whole cake. You're not even gonna be able to taste your own cake. Uh, your own wedding cake. It'll be all gone. Be all gone. Be gone before you even cut it. I mean, Shaw will find it in the kitchen because that's where he'll be. Just hanging out with the chefs. Just trying all the food. Um, but yeah. Well, I mean, we'll get one. We'll get one. I do have some of the lights already. I already ordered some of the lights. I just got to see how the hell I'm gonna kind of stick them and pass them. I'm looking at the background right now. That's why I'm looking at the wall unit. That's why I'm facing the other way. So the hair sure it does look different. No, I mean he has been. I mean, in reality, um, I mean he's not like how he was before. Rumor has it, stand on Shaw's foot, his mouth opens, pedal bin settings. So Jesus. But listen, we are gonna get out of here. I appreciate every single one of you for smashing the like button. I appreciate all of you because I mean you guys just like are always here. We're the only channel, or one of the only channels. I mean, I've seen a couple of them. They do 3-hour streams, but I think we're the only ones that are doing 4.5 hours. But you know what? We didn't do one yesterday, and we did one today. So for me, just cut 4.5 hours in half. And also, you know what? Consider yourselves lucky because actually, I would have left about 2 hours ago or so, but I actually hurt my back weightlifting, so I can't really work out like that. I can only really go on the treadmill. Uh, so I really don't have much to do other than that. That's going to be that super time consuming. So, but I'm missing my Knicks. And I gotta go watch that, and I gotta go eat dinner. Grace says, "Stop you! You don't do weights. I do now. I do now. I've been doing them for since mid March. And I was doing them before, to be fair, but I stopped doing them. So, for about 6-7 months. But I started back in mid March, so I'm doing that. But I can't do them now because I pulled the muscle in my shoulder back here, and I don't want to re-injure it. So I've been icing it yesterday. Quantity and quality are rare combination. Yeah. So I don't plan to stream tomorrow, unless we get some really really good news, and then I'll let you guys know in the Discord. By the way, if you're not in the Discord, wink wink, grace grace, just to single her out a little bit. But anybody else, I just put the link for the Discord. Get in the Discord because it's the easier way to stay up to date with everything, and also I can announce and you can know when I do go live, just in case I gotta schedule a live or whatever that's not supposed to necessarily be happening. So I dropped the link there, and I will pin it, and I will drop it in the comment section after the show as well, just for anybody that needs it. But other than that, no stream is planned for tomorrow. And if we don't end up seeing each other tomorrow, which is not planned, then we will see each other Friday on the Red Devil recap after the match against Chelsea. So, hopefully we're prepared to go for that. And we'll see how it goes. But again, thank you guys, and thank you for everything. Thank you for all the support. I appreciate all of you. And by the way, we're going to be introducing memberships for the channel as well. So there's going to be that, and some emojis are coming. Lyle says recap plus Freestyle Friday going to be insane. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess we'll tack it on at the end of the recap. Because the match is late, right? So, if the match was earlier, we could have just done 2 separate streams. So I guess we'll kind of combine it for a good amount. Because even that, it's still going to be late, right? Like for Friday, I would love nothing more than to do the show at 8 p.m. UK time. But we're playing at 8 p.m. UK time. and so the match can't do the Red Devil recap, and you can't do the just a random chat person. No, but what I'm saying is like the timing of it doesn't necessarily work out, because like if it was a regular Friday, we'd be doing the show at 8 p.m. UK time, and we would probably be ending somewhere around when the match ends. So we're gonna be like a lot later. So we could kind of just combine both, I guess. It's not that big of a deal anyway. And you know, if the conversation is flowing, we'll keep it going. And I just rhymed. So yeah. Steph says 40-point trophy presentation is coming. I fancy a 1-all draw. Buying a membership is mandatory. She said it. She said it. If you're gonna be mad at somebody, don't be mad at me. I didn't force anybody to do anything. But Grace, listen, if Grace is forcing you to do things, there's nothing I could really do about it. Grace holds all the power here. Mods are lucky we get all the perks. Do you guys really? I didn't know that, but I guess that makes sense. Yeah, but about that though. So I didn't know YouTube is like this, but YouTube is YouTube, I guess. And yeah, I guess some of the things are stupid. So let's just put this clear and straight. So Lyle has created about, I think, like 14, 16, I lost count to be quite honest, but it's something like that, like 14, 16 emojis for the channels that we can use. Now, we can't use them all because I actually went to go upload them the other day, and YouTube only allows me to upload 4, and then says that I can upload a 5th one when we have 2 members of the channel. So at some point, I know that like you can upload more, I guess, depending on how many members you have, but I didn't know that it was capped like that, and I think that's quite stupid. But I mean, we'll see what we got to do. I mean, there's some very good ones in there. I picked, in my opinion, probably, it's kind of like a starter 4-pack. There's 2 in there that I would like to bring into the channel. Hopefully we bring it into the channel after next week. So I mean, they're perfect to bring them in under the circumstances that should happen. So those aren't included yet, but I did pick the 4 that I think are kind of just, they're like, you know, it's like a little mini starter pack. It's kind of general, nothing too crazy. There's some special ones in there for some of you, you know, with some of your players and stuff like that. So I hope we're able to get them all out. I don't know when we'll be able to, but when we get the opportunity to, you know, YouTube specifically tells me once you get 2 people to become members, I'm allowed to add more. So I don't know how many more, but I didn't know that that was a thing from YouTube. So I guess we'll just see when we go along. But I am leaving for real now. So I am leaving for real. I will catch you all later. If you want to drop a comment under the live channel, that's always greatly appreciated and helps the channel out as well. So thank you if you do that. And then we will speak Friday after the match. Everybody have a good night. Steph says no Delo emojis, please. But you know what? I'm not gonna comment. No comment. Yeah, Elias says cheers, and Eric, all you Reds. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Lyle, I gotta talk to you. I'll send you a message or something like that in the privately on Discord. And yeah, make sure you get into Discord. Make sure you comment under the stream, and we'll see everybody later. Everybody enjoy themselves. Have a good night, and thank you for the support. Edward says catch you later, Eric. Have a good night. Catch you later, buddy. Have a great set. Steph says see you, legends. See ya. Everybody, have a good night. Thank you guys very much. You guys are the best.